specific proposals for the way forward in strengthening that strategic partnership. And despite the challenges, encouraging opportunities exist for our country. President Obama leaves the next administration as an inheritance: strengthened relationships with historic allies in Europe and Asia, a re-energized partnership with India, and growing economic relations with countries across sub-Saharan Africa that provide promising platforms to advance U.S. security and economic interests. I recognize that what I outlined here may not be in line with President-elect Trump's vision of the world, but I believe that core values like standing up against violations of international law, against war crimes, against human rights violations, against corruption, and speaking up for democracy and freedom of speech must be at the forefront of Americans' foreign policy agenda. Finally, I want to note that if confirmed, you will be taking over as leader of one of the most skilled and able workforces of any organization on the planet. Our foreign affairs and development professionals are truly among the most able and dedicated of our public servants on the front lines safeguarding our national security. And as ranking member of this committee, I have benefited greatly from their insight and counsel over the years. I hope and trust and encourage you will take full advantage of the dedicated public servants of the Department of State and USAID should you be confirmed. They are deeply committed to protecting and extending our nation's values and interests. I am certain that you and our nation will benefit greatly from a full and robust partnership between your office and the department you have been nominated to lead. Mr. Chairman, I look forward to hearing from our witness, and I look forward to questionings.
Mr. Tillerson, thank you for being here. I think you've been adequately introduced, and I think the world knows more about you than they ever thought today. So without using any more time, we thank you for being here today. I know you may have some family members to introduce, which is always helpful. And if you wish to do so, begin with that and then with your comments.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, I do have members of my family with me today. My wife, Renda, of more than 30 years, who has kept a welcoming home when I would come back from my many travels, and also for our sons and now our 5 grandchildren. My sister, Jo Peters, Jolynn Peters, a lifelong educator, high school mathematics teacher, math teacher coach, teaching many, many years in the Texas public school systems. My sister, Dr. Rayanne Hamilton, family practice physician in Abilene, Texas for more than 30 years. And my brother-in-law, Judge Lee Hamilton, is now finishing or has just begun to serve his 5th term on the bench at the 104th District of the State District Courts of Texas in Abilene, Texas. I appreciate so much the love and support they've given me in my past endeavors, but most particularly that they would come all the way up from Texas to be with me today. Good morning, Chairman Cork and others. I'm honored to have the backing of Senator Cornyn and Senator Cruz from my home state of Texas. I do want to thank Senator Nunn for his commitment to nuclear nonproliferation, something that he remains as steadfast today as ever, and to Secretary Gates for his service to 8 U.S. presidents and his own leadership as President of the Boy Scouts of America. Chairman Corker, Ranking Member Cardin, and members of the committee, it is an honor to appear before you today as President-elect Trump's nominee for Secretary of State and seek the approval of this committee and the full Senate for my confirmation. I come before you at a pivotal time in both the history of our nation and our world. Nearly everywhere we look, people and nations are deeply unsettled. Old ideas and international norms which were well understood and governed behaviors in the past may no longer be effective in our time. We face considerable threats in this evolving new environment. China has emerged as an economic power in global trade, and our interactions have been both friendly and adversarial. While Russia seeks respect and relevance on the global stage, its recent activities have disregarded America's interest. Radical Islam is not a new ideology, but it is hateful, deadly, and an illegitimate expression of the Islamic faith. Adversaries like Iran and North Korea pose grave threats to the world because of their refusal to conform to international norms. As we confront these realities, how should America respond? My answer is simple. To achieve the stability that is foundational to peace and security in the 21st century, American leadership must not only be renewed, it must be asserted. We have many advantages on which to build. Our alliances are durable, and our allies are looking for a return of our leadership. Our men and women in uniform are the world's finest fighting force, and we possess Our men and women in uniform are the world's finest fighting force, and we possess the world's largest economy. America is still the destination of choice for people the world over because of our track record of benevolence and hope for our fellow man. America has been indispensable in providing the stability to prevent another world war, increase global prosperity, and encourage the expansion of liberty. Our role in the world has also historically entailed a place of moral leadership. In the scope of international affairs, America's level of goodwill toward the world is unique, and we must continue to display a commitment to personal liberty, human dignity, and principled action in our foreign policy. Quite simply, we are the only global superpower with the means and the moral compass capable of shaping the world for good. If we do not lead, we risk plunging the world deeper into confusion and danger. But we have stumbled. In recent decades, we have cast American leadership into doubt. In some instances, we have withdrawn from the world. In others, we have intervened with good intentions, but did not achieve the stability and global security we sought. Instead, our actions and our non-actions have triggered a host of unintended consequences and created a void of uncertainty. Today, our friends still want to help us, but they don't know how. And meanwhile, our adversaries have been emboldened to take advantage of this absence of American leadership. In this campaign, President-elect Trump proposed a bold new commitment to advancing American interest in our foreign policy. I hope to explain what this approach means and how I would implement it if confirmed as Secretary of State. Americans welcome this rededication to American security, liberty, and prosperity. But new leadership is incomplete without accountability. If accountability does not start with ourselves, we cannot credibly extend it to our friends and our adversaries. We must hold ourselves accountable to upholding the promises we make to others. An America that can be trusted in good faith is essential to supporting our partners, achieving our goals, and assuring our security. We must hold our allies accountable to commitments they make. We cannot look the other way at allies who do not meet their obligations. This is an injustice not only to us, but to long-standing friends who honor their promises and bolster our own national security, such as Israel. And we must hold those who are not our friends accountable to the agreements they make. Our failure to do this over the recent decades has diminished our standing and encouraged bad actors around the world to break their word. We cannot afford to ignore violations of international accords, as we have done with Iran. We cannot continue to accept empty promises like the ones China has made to pressure North Korea to reform, only to shy away from enforcement. Looking the other way when trust is broken only encourages more bad behavior, and it must end. We cannot be accountable, though, if we are not truthful and honest in our dealings. As you are aware, my longstanding involvement with the Boy Scouts of America, one of our bedrock ideals is honesty. Indeed, the phrase, "on my honor," begins the Boy Scout oath, and it must undergird our foreign policy. In particular, we need to be honest about radical Islam. It is with good reason that our fellow citizens have a growing concern about radical Islam and the murderous acts committed in its name against Americans and our friends. Radical Islam poses a grave risk to the stability of nations and the well-being of their citizens. Powerful digital media platforms now allow ISIS, Al-Qaeda, and other terror groups to spread a poisonous ideology that runs completely counter to the values of the American people and all people around the world who value human life. These groups are often enabled and emboldened by nations, organizations, and individuals sympathetic to their cause. these actors must face consequences for aiding and abetting what can only be called evil. The most urgent step in thwarting radical Islam is defeating ISIS. The Middle East and its surrounding regions pose many challenges which require our attention, including Syria, Iraq, and Afghanistan. There are competing priorities in this region which must be and will be addressed, but they must not distract from our utmost mission of defeating ISIS. Because when everything is a priority, nothing is a priority. Defeating ISIS must be our foremost priority in the Middle East. Eliminating ISIS would be the first step in disrupting the capabilities of other groups and individuals committed to striking our homeland and our allies. The demise of ISIS will also allow us to increase our attention on other agents of radical Islam, like al-Qaeda, the Muslim Brotherhood, and certain elements within Iran. But defeat will not occur on the battlefield alone. We must win the war of ideas. If confirmed, I will ensure the State Department does its part in supporting Muslims around the world who reject radical Islam in all its forms. We should also acknowledge the realities about China. China's island building in the South China Sea is an illegal taking of disputed areas without regard for international norms. China's economic and trade practices have not always followed its commitments to global agreements. It steals our intellectual property and is aggressive and expansionist in the digital realm. It has not been a reliable partner in using its full influence to curb North Korea. China has proven a willingness to act with abandon in the pursuit of its own goals, which at times has put it in conflict with American interest. We have to deal with what we see, not what we hope. But we need to see the positive dimensions in our relationship with China as well. The economic well-being of our two nations is deeply intertwined. China has been a valuable ally in curtailing certain elements of radical Islam. We should not let disagreements over other issues exclude areas for productive partnership. We must also be clear-eyed about our relationship with Russia. Russia today poses a danger, but it is not unpredictable in advancing its own interest. It has invaded the Ukraine, including the taking of Crimea, and supported Syrian forces that brutally violates the laws of war. Our NATO allies are right to be alarmed at a resurgent Russia. But it was in the absence of American leadership that this door was left open and unintended signals were sent. We backtracked on commitments we made to allies. We sent weak or mixed signals with red lines that turned into green lights. We did not recognize that Russia does not think like we do. Words alone do not sweep away an uneven and at times contentious history between our two nations. But we need an open and frank dialogue with Russia regarding its ambitions, so we know how to chart our own course. Where cooperation with Russia based on common interests is possible, such as reducing the global threat of terrorism, we ought to explore these options. Where important differences remain, we should be steadfast in defending the interest of America and her allies. Russia must know that we will be accountable to our commitments and those of our allies, and that Russia must be held to account for its actions. Our approach to human rights begins by acknowledging that American leadership requires moral clarity. We do not face an either-or choice on defending global human rights. Our values are our interest when it comes to human rights and humanitarian assistance. It is unreasonable to expect that every foreign policy endeavor will be driven by human rights considerations alone, especially when the security of the American people is at stake. But our leadership demands action specifically focused on improving the conditions of people the world over, utilizing both aid and, where appropriate, economic sanctions as instruments of foreign policy. And we must adhere to standards of accountability. Our recent engagements with the government of Cuba was not accompanied by any significant concessions on human rights. We have not held them accountable for their conduct.
You're watching Rex Tillerson's confirmation hearing live as senators consider him for Secretary of State. Newsy Live will return you to the feed of the hearing in 2 minutes. President-elect Donald Trump nominated the former CEO of ExxonMobil as the nation's top diplomat last month. Tillerson's extensive business history with Russia, paired with the intelligence community's report that Russia interfered with the 2016 election, means this may be Trump's most scrutinized nomination. We'll be back soon.
Sacrifices. We should never forget that we stand on the shoulders of those who have sacrificed much, and in some cases, everything. They include our fallen heroes in uniform, our foreign service officers, and other Americans in the field who likewise gave all for their country. If confirmed in my work for the President and the American people, I will seek to engender trust with foreign leaders and governments and put in place agreements that will serve the purposes and interests of American foreign policy. The Secretary of State works for the President and seeks to implement his foreign policy objectives. To do that, I must work closely with my Cabinet colleagues and all relevant departments and agencies of the administration to build consensus. But let me also stress that keeping the President's trust means keeping the public trust. And keeping the public trust means keeping faith with their elected representatives. I want all the members of this committee to know that should I be confirmed, I will listen to your concerns and those of your staff and partner together to achieve great things for the country we all love. I'm an engineer by training. I seek to understand the facts, follow where they lead, and apply logic to all international affairs. We must see the world for what it is, have clear priorities, and understand that our power is considerable, but it is not infinite. We must, where possible, build pathways to new partnerships and strengthen old bonds which have frayed. If confirmed, I intend to conduct a foreign policy consistent with these ideals. We will never apologize for who we are or what we hold dear. We will see the world for what it is, be honest with ourselves and the American people, follow facts where they lead us, and hold ourselves and others accountable. I thank you for your time and look forward to your questions.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Do you commit to appear and testify upon requests from this committee?
Yes, sir.
With that, I know the committee members know I rarely give opening statements, certainly not expansive ones like I gave. In order to move this along, I'm going to reserve my time for interjections and move to the ranking member, Senator Cardin, and then we'll move to Senator Rubio.
Once again, Mr. Tillerson, thank you very much. Do you agree with me that creating stable, democratic, free societies around the world that support the aspirations of their people, including basic human rights, is in our long-term national security interest?
Without question, Senator.
And do you also agree that Russia, under Mr. Putin's leadership, fails in that category?
Yes, sir.
So what we try to do in order to provide international leadership is to put a face on an issue. Thousands of people in Russia have been harmed or killed as a result of Mr. Putin's leadership, and millions have been impacted by that. There's one person who lost his life in a courageous way, Sergei Magnitsky, a young attorney representing a client with U.S. interests, found corruption, did what any lawyer is supposed to do, reported it to the authorities. As a result, he was arrested, tortured, and killed. And those who benefited from the corruption were held with no accountability whatsoever. Through U.S. leadership, we brought that case to the international forum. The Congress has passed a law, the Magnitsky Law. Other countries have now passed similar laws to deny our banking system and the right to visit our country to those who perpetrated those gross violations of human rights that were not held accountable by Russia. Do you support that law?
Yes, sir, I do.
I thank you for that, because under the Obama administration, there have been 39 individuals who have been individually sanctioned under the Magnitsky Law, and 5 more were just recently added on Monday. That law provides for Congress to be able to submit through appropriate channels additional names to be reviewed by the administration for inclusion for sanctions. do you commit that you will follow that provision on on names that we submit to you for potential sanctions for human rights violations under the Magnitsky Law?
Senator, I will ensure that that if confirmed, myself and the State Department does comply with that law.
And this year, under the National Defense Authorization Act, that was extended globally. It now applies to human rights violations throughout the world. Do you also commit to support the global Magnitsky Law using the tools of our visa restrictions to prevent human rights violators from coming to America?
Senator, again, consistent with all applicable laws that might impact immigration, we'll endeavor to comply with that, yes.
Well, the laws allow the Secretary of State to, visas are privileges to come to America. There's no due process issue on issuing of visas. This is a privilege to be able to come to a country. So we have, there's no, I'm not aware of any restrictions on your ability to withdraw the right of someone to come to America. There may be, other than through treaties that we have diplomats that have to come in, which is exempted from that provision.
I understand, Senator, and that was what I intended, is that I think I would ensure that a full examination was made of any and all applicable laws or other policies, but then we would follow those and implement.
You mentioned in your statement about the invasion by Russia of Crimea. Does Russia have in your view, a legal claim to Crimea?
No, sir. That was a taking of territory that was not theirs.
And do you agree that Russia has not complied with the Minsk agreement in regards to the resolution of Ukraine?
The process for implementing the Minsk agreement, as I understand it, continues, and no a full completion of all the Minsk Accords has not yet been achieved.
So I want to get your view on the sanctions that the United States applied, and maybe I'll drill down, if I might, by asking you this first question. You stated in your statement that part of the reasons why Russia, or we were ineffective in preventing Russia, is that we didn't exercise strong enough international leadership. What would you have done or recommended to have been done to prevent Russia from doing what it did?
Well, Senator, in terms of the taking of Crimea, I think my understanding is that caught a lot of people by surprise. It certainly caught me by surprise, just as a private citizen. So I think the real question was the response to the taking of Crimea that then led to subsequent actions by Russia, which I mentioned. The next action being coming across the border of eastern Ukraine with both military assets and men. That was the next illegal action. I think the absence of a very firm and forcible response to the taking of Crimea was judged by the leadership in Russia as a weak response, and therefore...
So what would you have done after we were surprised by what they did in taking over Crimea? What should the U.S. leadership have done in response to that we didn't do?
I would have recommended that the Ukraine take all of its military assets it had available, put them on that eastern border, provide those assets with defensive weapons that are necessary just to defend themselves, announce that the U.S. is going to provide them intelligence, and that there will either NATO or U.S. will provide air surveillance over that border to monitor any movements.
So your recommendation would have been to do a more robust supply of military?
Yes, sir. I think what Russian leadership would have understood as a powerful response that indicated, yes, you took the Crimea, but this stops right here.
So as I understand, our NATO partners, particularly in the Baltics and Poland, are very concerned about Russian aggression. NATO has deployed troops in this region in order to show Russia that Article 5 means something. I take it you support that type of action.
Yes, I do. That is the type of response that Russia expects. If Russia acts with force, taking of Crimea was an act of force. They didn't just volunteer themselves. So it required a proportional show of force to indicate to Russia that there'll be no more taking of territory.
And that's encouraging to me to hear you say that, because it's not exactly consistent with what Mr. Trump has been saying in regards to Article 5 commitments under NATO by the United States. So I appreciate your commitment, or your views on that issue. So let me get to the response that was done. We imposed U.S.-led sanctions against Russia as a result of its conduct in Ukraine. We went to Europe and were able to get Europe to act. The United States, in my view, wanted to go even further, but we couldn't get Europe to go beyond what they were willing to do. Do you agree or disagree with that strategy for the United States to lead by showing sanctions as we did?
Senator, sanctions are a powerful tool, and they're an important tool in terms of deterring additional action. Once actors have acted up, then we want to deter any further action on their part. So yes, American leadership is oftentimes, if not almost always, required to demonstrate that first step.
And as you understand, unless we move, and we have to move in a strong position, we're going to be the best. We're going to get the strongest reaction on sanctions from the United States. We saw that in Iran. And I know that some of us have mentioned to you the legislation that was filed yesterday. I don't know if you've had a chance yet to respond to it or not. I might do that for questions for the record. But we have legislation I would urge you to take a look at that seems consistent with what you're saying here, that would provide the administration with the tools to show Russia that if you attack us by cyber, or you continue to do what you're doing in Ukraine or what you're doing in Georgia, that there's going to be an economic price you're going to pay. I take it you believe that's a powerful tool and one that you would consider applying.
Senator, I have not had the opportunity to review the legislation. I'm aware that it has been introduced. And yes, I think in carrying out the State Department, carrying out its diplomacy, or carrying out its important role in trying to negotiate to a different course of action, to a different pathway, we need a strong deterrent in our hand. It's the old tenet of Teddy Roosevelt, walk softly, carry a big stick. Well, even in diplomacy, it is useful to have a stick that is in your hand, so that whether you use it or not becomes part of that conversation.
Let me ask one final question. I was meeting with Mr. Pruitt yesterday, and I asked him about his view of global leadership on climate issues, and he said that you should ask that question to the Secretary of State nominee. So I'm going to ask it to you. And that is, we were part of COP21. Do you agree that the United States should continue in international leadership on climate change issues with the international community?
I think it's important that the United States maintain its seat at the table on the conversations around how to address threats of climate change, which do require a global response. No one country is going to solve this alone.
Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Rubio.
Welcome, Mr. Tillerson. Do you believe during the 2016 presidential campaign, Russian intelligence services directed a campaign of active measures involving the hacking of emails, the strategic leak of these emails, the use of Internet trolls, and the dissemination of fake news with the goal of denigrating a presidential candidate and also undermining faith in our election process?
Senator, I've had no unclassified briefings because I've not received my clearance yet. However, I did read the interagency report that was released on January the 6th. That report clearly is troubling and indicates that all of the actions you just described were undertaken.
Based on your knowledge of Russian leaders and Russian politics, do you believe these activities could have happened without the knowledge and the consent of Vladimir Putin?
I'm not in a position to be able to make that determination. Again, that's indicated in the report, but I know there's additional classified information that might inform my view.
You've engaged in significant business activities in Russia, so I'm sure you're aware that very few things of a major proportion happen in that country without Vladimir Putin's permission. So I ask, based on your views of Russian politics and your experience, is it possible for something like this involving the United States elections to have happened without Vladimir Putin knowing about it and authorizing it?
I think that's a fair assumption.
That he would have
Yes.
needed to. If Congress passed a bill imposing mandatory visa bans and asset freeze sanctions on persons who engage in significant activities undermining the cybersecurity of public or private infrastructure and democratic institutions in the United States. Would you advise the President to sign it?
I would certainly want to examine all the corners, all four corners of that.
Well, those are the four corners. We would sanction people who are involved in cyber attacks against the United States and interfering in our elections.
The threat of cyber attacks is a broad issue, and those are coming from many, many corners of the world. Certainly this most recent manifestation, and I think the new threat posed in terms of how Russia has used this as a tool, that introduces even another element of threat. But cyber attacks are occurring from many nations.
So no matter where they come from, if they come from Belgium, if they come from France, if someone is conducting cyber attacks against the United States and we pass a law that authorizes the President to sanction them or actually imposes these sanctions as mandatory, would you advise the President sign it?
I think it is that second element, Senator, that you just described that leaves the executive branch no latitudes or flexibility in dealing with the broad array of cyber threats. I think it is important that those be dealt with on a country-by-country basis, taking all other elements into consideration in the relationship. So giving the executive the tool is one thing. Requiring the executive to use it without any other considerations, I would have concerns about.
So, Mr. Tillerson, I understand your testimony. You're saying it was mandatory. You would not be able to advise the President to sign it because you want to have the President have the flexibility to decide which countries to sanction and which ones to not sanction.
Under which circumstances to sanction?
In essence, because you want to be able, for example, to take other things into account, like, for example, the desire to perhaps improve relations with that country, and therefore the President maybe doesn't want to sanction them, even though they're attacking us.
There could be a whole array of important issues that require consideration, including trading issues, trade relation issues, mutual agreements around our national security. So I don't think it's appropriate, and certainly for me at this time, to indicate that I would just say that it's a blanket application. I think that is the role of the executive branch. It is the role of the Secretary of State and the State Department to assist and inform the President in judgments about how to use what is a clearly powerful tool.
Well, again, I mean, what's troubling about your answer is the implication that somehow, if there is some country that we're trying to improve relations with or have significant economic ties with, the President, you may advise the President not to impose sanctions on that country, on individuals in that country, out of concern that it could damage the rest of our relationship with them on a cyber attack, which is a direct attack on our national security and our electoral process. So let me ask you, would you advise the President-elect to repeal the Obama administration's recent executive orders regarding cybersecurity and Russian interference in the 2016 elections?
I think the President-elect has indicated, and if confirmed, I would support that what's really required is a comprehensive assessment of our cyber threat and cybersecurity policies. In my view, based on what I've been able to read and have been briefed, we do not have a cybersecurity policy. We do not have a comprehensive strategy around how to deal with what has been a rapidly emerging threat.
But,
and as I said, we're seeing it manifest itself in ways that we never envisioned.
But, Mr. Tillerson, I understand the cybersecurity plan. We have to have one to protect ourselves and handle cyber attacks against our country. That is separate from the question of whether people that have already conducted attacks should be sanctioned and singled out. There's an executive order that is now active that has sanctioned those individuals, and my question is, do you believe that executive order should be repealed by the incoming President?
If confirmed, Senator, I would want to examine it and all aspects of it in consultation, not only with the President, but with other interagencies that are going to have input on this as to their views.
Well, again, Mr. Tillerson, if all the executive order says is that certain individuals responsible for cyber actions against the United States will be sanctioned, and you still need to examine whether that's a good idea or not. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let me ask you this question. Is Vladimir Putin a war criminal?
I would not use that term.
Well, let me describe the situation in Aleppo, and perhaps that will help you reach that conclusion. In Aleppo, Mr. Putin has directed his military to conduct a devastating campaign. He's targeted schools, markets, not just assisted the Syrians in doing it. His military has targeted schools and markets and other civilian infrastructure. It's resulted in the death of thousands of civilians. This is not the first time Mr. Putin is involved in campaigns of this kind. Back when he was just appointed prime minister before he was elected, and I'm sure you're aware of that period of time, there was a series of bombings, and they blamed it on the Chechens. And Mr. Putin personally said that he would punish them, and so he ordered the Air Force to bomb the Chechen capital of Grozny. They used Scud missiles to hit hospitals, the city's main outdoor market, packed with shoppers. 137 people died instantly. They used thermobaric and fuel-air explosive bombs. These are the bombs that ignite, and they burn the air breathed in by people who are hiding in basements. They used cluster munitions. He used battlefield weapons against civilians. And when it was all said and done, an estimated 300,000 civilians were killed, and the city was completely destroyed. By the way, there's credible body of reporting, open source and other, that this was all those bombings were part of a black flag operation on the part of the FSB. And if you want to know the motivation, here's what it is. Putin's approval ratings before the attacks against the Chechens was at 31%. By mid-August of that year, it was at 78% in just 3 months. So based on all this information and what's publicly in the record about what's happened in Aleppo and the Russian military, you are still not prepared to say that Vladimir Putin and his military have violated the rules of war and have conducted war crimes in Aleppo.
Now, those are very, very serious charges to make, and I would want to have much more information before reaching a conclusion. I understand there is a body of record in the public domain. I'm sure there's a body of record in the classified domain, and I think in order to deal with a serious question like this,
Mr. Tillerson, what's happened in Aleppo is in the public domain. The videos and the pictures are there.
Fully informed before advising the President.
Well, I encourage you, there is so much information out there about what's happened in Aleppo, leaving the Chechen issue aside. What happened there is clearly documented as well. There's so much information out there. It should not be hard to say that Vladimir Putin's military has conducted war crimes in Aleppo, because it is never acceptable, you would agree, for a military to specifically target civilians, which is what's happened there through the Russian military. And I find it discouraging, your inability to cite that, which I think is globally accepted. I want to, in my last minute and a half here, move really quickly to an additional question. In fact, I want to enter 2 things into the record, Mr. Chairman, without objection.
Without objection.
The first is a partial list of political dissidents, journalists, and critics of Vladimir Putin who were suspiciously murdered or died under highly suspicious circumstances. The second thing I want to enter into the record is a letter addressed to this committee by Vladimir Murza, who himself was mysteriously poisoned and is an opponent of the Putin regime. I'd like to enter that into the record.
Without objection.
Mr. Tillerson, do you believe that Vladimir Putin and his cronies are responsible for ordering the murder of countless dissidents, journalists, and political opponents?
I do not have sufficient information to make that claim.
Are you aware that people who oppose Vladimir Putin wind up dead all over the world, poisoned, shot in the back of the head? And do you think that was coincidental, or do you think that it is quite possible, or likely, as I believe, that they were part of an effort to murder his political opponents?
Well, people who speak up for freedom in regimes that are repressive are often at threat, and these things happen to them. In terms of assigning specific responsibilities, I would have to have more information. As I indicated, I feel it's important that in advising the President, if confirmed, that I deal with facts, that I deal with sufficient information, which means having access to all information, and I'm sure there's a large body of information that I've never seen that's in the classified realm. I look forward, if confirmed, to becoming fully informed, but I am not willing to make conclusions on what is only publicly available or have been publicly reported.
None of this is classified, Mr. Tillerson. These people are dead. Political opponents are dead.
Your question was people who were directly responsible for that. I'm not disputing these people are dead.
Senator Menendez.
Thank you. Mr. Tillerson, congratulations on your nomination. Thank you for coming by to meet with me. And I'd like to take this opportunity to expand upon the conversation we had last week. Since you've worked in one sector for one company throughout your entire career, getting a sense of your worldview is incredibly important, since you will be the chief advocate and advisor to the President-elect on those issues. So I'd like to go through a series of questions. I think many of them can be answered by a simple yes or no. Others will probably take a greater, more extensive answer. So, and you've alluded to some of this in your opening statement. So let me go through several of them. Do you believe it is in the national interest of the United States to continue to support international laws and norms that were established after World War II?
Yes, sir.
Do you believe that the international order includes respecting the territorial integrity of sovereign countries and the inviolability of their borders?
Yes, sir.
Did Russia violate this international order when it forcefully annexed Crimea and invaded Ukraine?
Yes, it did.
Did Russia's continuing occupation of foreign countries violate international laws and norms?
I'm not sure which specific countries you're referring to.
Well, the annexation of Crimea, the
Yes,
eastern Ukraine, Georgia, just to mention a few.
Yes, sir.
Does Russia and Syria's targeted bombing campaign in Aleppo on hospitals, for example, violate this international order?
Yes, that is not acceptable behavior.
Do you believe these actions constitute war crimes?
Again, Senator, I don't have sufficient information to make that type of a serious conclusion. Coming to that conclusion is going to require me to have additional
Do you understand what
specific
the
facts.
standard is for a war?
I do.
And knowing that standard and knowing what is all within the realm of public information, you cannot say whether those actions constitute a war crime or not.
I would not want to rely solely upon what has been reported in the public realm. I would want confirmation from agencies who would be able to present me with indisputable facts.
For all the
Senator
answers,
Menendez, if I could, let me ask a little
if
bit.
you won't take my time, Mr.
No, I'm not taking your time. It'll be added back. If you had sufficient evidence, though, in looking at classified information that had taken place, would that not be a war crime?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
For all of these answers that you've given me, does the President-elect agree with you?
The President-elect and I have not had the opportunity to discuss this specific issue or the specific area.
Well, in your statement on page 3, you say, in his campaign, President-elect Trump proposed a bold new commitment to advancing American interests in our foreign policy. I hope to explain what this approach means and how it implement that policy if I am confirmed as Secretary of State. So I assume to some degree that you've had some discussion about what it is that worldview is going to be in order to understand whether you're willing to execute that on behalf of the person you're going to work for.
In a broad construct and in terms of the principles that are going to guide that, yes, sir.
And I would have thought that Russia would be at the very top of that, considering all the actions that have taken place. Did not have it?
That has not occurred yet, Senator.
It's pretty amazing. You built a career on ExxonMobil that you said afforded you the opportunity to engage regularly with world leaders, including Vladimir Putin in Russia. In 2013, he awarded you with the Order of Friendship Award. And in our conversations, you told me you had direct and personal access to the Russian president over the course of your tenure there. Then in 2014, ExxonMobil lobbied aggressively against sanctions on Russia after their invasion of Ukraine. Exxon lobbied against the Stability and Democracy for Ukraine Act, which I introduced in the Senate last year. You employed well-known Washington-based lobbyists to support these efforts. You personally visited the White House and reported that you were engaged, quote, at the highest levels of government. In essence, Exxon became the in-house lobbyist for Russia against these sanctions. Sanctions are one of the most effective diplomatic tools in our arsenal, one we rely on to avoid putting American lives at risk by engaging in traditional kinetic warfare. Now today, in response to a previous question by Senator Cardin, you said sanctions are a powerful tool. But you have made statements and given speeches where you have said you do not believe sanctions are a useful tool. So if sanctions are not a useful tool, have you changed your view? What are the tools of peaceful diplomacy you will use to get countries to return and act within the international order? What are you going to say to Vladimir Putin when he says to you, but Rex, you said sanctions were bad?
Senator, I think it's important to acknowledge that when sanctions are imposed, they by their design are going to harm American business. That's the idea, is to disrupt America's business engagement in whatever country is being targeted for sanctions. And so broadly,
I don't think it's to disrupt American business. I think it's to disrupt the economies of those countries. Now, American business may or may not be affected to some degree.
American business, if America is going to have an influence on disrupting those economies, then the intent behind the sanctions is to disrupt that country's access to American business.
You're watching Rex Tillerson's confirmation hearing live as senators consider him for Secretary of State. Newsy Live will return you to the feed of the hearing in 2 minutes. President-elect Donald Trump nominated the former CEO of ExxonMobil as the nation's top diplomat last month. Tillerson's extensive business history with Russia, paired with the intelligence community's report that Russia interfered with the 2016 election, means this may be Trump's most scrutinized nomination. We'll be back soon.
Concert, let's ensure those sanctions apply equally everywhere. So
Well,
it's
when
U.S.
you,
interest
when
is
you
not-
made your remarks, and I have a long list here, which I'll introduce for the record, you did not differentiate that way. You basically made the broad case that sanctions are not an effective tool. Now, I heard your response now, but in your opening statement, you said that, quote, America must continue to display a commitment to personal liberty, human dignity, principled action in our foreign policy, and that we are the only global superpower with the means and moral compass capable of shaping the world for good. I totally agree with you in that respect. But, Mr. Tillerson, our efforts in leading the international community, for example, on sanctions against our adversaries like Iran and North Korea, represent exactly that, leadership and a moral compass. It's not about disadvantaging American businesses. It's about putting patriotism over profit. Diplomacy is not the same as deal-making. Diplomacy requires getting other countries often to do things they may not always want to do, and there isn't necessarily something to trade for. This is how we were able to build an extensive and effective sanctions network against Iran through legislation from Congress and diplomatic pressure from secretaries of state across different administrations. We were able to build the framework of primary and secondary actions that ultimately crippled Iran's economy. Now, you lobbied against the Comprehensive Iran Sanctions Accountability and Divestment Act, which I was the author of. You reportedly, under ExxonMobil, and I say you, ExxonMobil, but you were the head of ExxonMobil, wanted to eliminate secondary sanctions that would prevent joint ventures. This makes sense, as in 2003, and 2004, and 2005, you were engaged through a subsidiary company in businesses with countries who the United States listed as state sponsors of terrorism, including Iran, Syria, and the Sudan. Countries that, except for the maneuver of your subsidiary, ExxonMobil could not have been dealing with. ExxonMobil is listed as a coalition member of USA Engage, an advocacy group that lobbies against sanctions. This group also lobbied against sanctions, including against Iran, and applauded passage of the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action. So my question is, with that as a history, with the work that you did in the spring of 2011, where you oversaw an ExxonMobil deal with the Kurdish regional government in Iraq, after the United States government expressly did not want to see that happen, fearing that a deal would undermine the U.S. policy of one Iraq and lead the country closer to civil war. What message are you now going to be able to send to American businesses who are intent on pursuing their own interests at the expense of U.S. policies and potential political stability in foreign countries? How are you going to recalibrate your priorities as Secretary of State? Your shareholders are the American people and their security and their interests.
Well, there was a lot in that question, Senator.
I'll give you the rest of my time.
Around which I could respond. First, I have never lobbied against sanctions, personally. I continue to believe
The company you directed did.
To my knowledge, Exxon never directly lobbied against sanctions, not to my knowledge. In terms of all the other actions that were mentioned there, they were all undertaken with a great deal of transparency and openness and engagement and input to the process. That's the beauty of the American process, is that others are invited to express their view and inform the process. But my pivot now, if confirmed to be Secretary of State, will have one mission only, and that is to represent the interests of the American people. And as I've stated multiple times, sanctions are an important and powerful tool. But designing poor sanctions and having poor and ineffective sanctions can have a worse effect than having no sanctions at all if they convey a weak response. So it's important in designing sanctions that, as I've said, that they're carefully crafted, they're carefully targeted with an intended effect, and then enforced. And to the extent American leadership then can broaden participation in those sanctions, and you're exactly right, the Iran sanctions were extraordinarily effective because others joined in.
Thank you. Senator Menendez has played an incredible role for our nation, making sure that sanctions are in place, and has led us all, if you will, relative to Iran. As my first longer interjection, and let the records say your time ran over to accommodate the interjection I made earlier. It's my understanding, I think you called me during this time, that your concern with the sanctions that were in place relative to Iran were not that they were put in place, but that the Europeans had put them in a way that was different, and it caused an adverse situation for U.S. business relative to European businesses. Is that correct?
That was with respect to the sanctions for Russia. That's correct.
Okay. With that, let me just, on Senator Rubio's questions, I understand how a nominee would wish to be careful how they answer, especially one that plans to do what they say. In the event with many of those where he was asking about war crimes, if you were able, through your own independent knowledge in working with classified agencies here within the government, to determine that the types of activities that he so well articulated took place, you would agree that those, in fact, would be war crimes?
Yes, sir.
Senator Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, welcome, Mr. Tillerson. I imagine you're having a pretty good time already. I want to pick up a little bit on sanctions, because I've had my own legitimate concerns about the effectiveness of sanctions and the double-edged sword nature of them. For example, you are pretty well aware of events and the public opinion inside Russia. I mean, I'm concerned that some not well-designed sanctions can actually solidify, for example, Vladimir Putin's standing within Russia. I mean, is that a legitimate concern on sanctions?
Yes, sir, I think it is.
In your testimony, a couple of statements, you said that Russia is not unpredictable, which means, another way of saying that Russia is pretty predictable. Russia does not think like we do. Can you further expand on both those comments?
Well, in terms of their
Yeah, Bertie, if you would, I can easily add time myself, but if we'd stop the clock when these kind of interferences take place, it'd be appreciated. With that, Senator Johnson.
If you forgot the question, it was explain your comments that Russia is predictable, basically, and that Russia does not think like we do. Expand on that.
Well, in my experience of both dealing with Russia and representatives of Russian government and Russian entities, and then as the length of time I've spent in Russia as an observer, my experience with the Russians are that they're very calculating, they're very strategic in their thinking, and they develop a plan.
I get more time. Apologize for that, Mr. Tillerson. Now I can maybe answer the question unimpeded.
I've found the Russians to be very strategic in their thinking, very tactical, and they generally have a very clear plan that they've laid before them. And so in terms of, when I make the statement they're not unpredictable, if one is able to step back and understand what their long-term motivation is, and you see that they're going to chart a course, then it's an understanding of how are they likely to carry that plan out, and where are all of the elements of that plan that are on the table. And in my view, the leadership of Russia has a plan. It is a geographic plan that is in front of them, and they are taking actions to implement that plan. They're judging responses, and then they're making the next step in the plan based upon the response. And in that regard, they are not unpredictable. If Russia does not receive an adequate response to an action, they will execute the next step of the plan.
So be a little more specific. Summarize that plan that you see that they have.
Well, Russia, more than anything, wants to reestablish its role in the global world order. They have a view that following the breakup of the Soviet Union, they were mistreated in some respects in the transition period. They believe they deserve a rightful role in the global world order because they are a nuclear power. And they're searching as to how to establish that. And for most of the past 20-plus years since the demise of the Soviet Union, they were not in a position to assert that. They have spent all of these years developing the capability to do that, and I think that's now what we are witnessing is an assertion on their part in order to force a conversation about what is Russia's role in the global world order. And so the steps being taken are simply to make that point, that Russia is here, Russia matters, and we're a force to be dealt with. And that is a fairly predictable course of action they're taking. I think the important conversation that we have to have with them is, does Russia want to now and forever be an adversary of the United States? Do you want this to get worse, or does Russia desire a different relationship? We're not likely to ever be friends. I think, as others have noted, our value systems are starkly different. We do not hold the same values. But I also know the Russian people because of having spent so many years in Russia. There is scope to define a different relationship that can bring down the temperature around the conflicts we have today. And I think, as Secretary Gates alluded to and as Secretary Nunn alluded to, both in their opening remarks, dialogue is critical so that these things do not spin out of control. We need to move Russia from being an adversary always to a partner at times, and on other issues we're going to be adversaries. It's not unlike my comments I made on China. At times China is friendly, and at times China is an adversary. But with Russia, engagement is necessary in order to define what is that relationship going to be, and then we will know how to chart our own plan of action to respond to that.
In my mind, if I take a look at the spectrum of America's relationship with different nations, you have friends and allies, you have friendly rivals, you have unfriendly adversaries, you have enemies. And right now you're basically putting Russia in the unfriendly adversary category.
Well, unfriendly to enemies. I think at this point they clearly are in the unfriendly adversary category. I hope they do not move to enemy, because that would imply even more direct conflict with one another.
But you don't hold up much hope that we can move them into the friendly rival category, maybe partners where we have mutual interest.
Yeah, Senator, I tend to think of that in three categories. There are our friends, there are our partners, and there are our adversaries. And at times, certainly our friends are partners from time to time on specific actions. Our adversaries from time to time can be partners, but on other issues we're just not going to agree, and so we remain adversaries. An adversary at the ideological level is one thing. An adversary at the conflict level, direct conflict level, that's a very different.
I want to switch subjects a little bit. I agree with former Senator Nunn when he said that your business experience, your private sector background, your relationship with Putin is actually an asset coming to this position. I come from the private sector. I think that kind of perspective is sorely needed. I don't think we have enough people from private sector. I think economic strength is inextricably linked to national strength. Your background traveling the world, I know I asked you when we met, I don't know if you ever did the calculation, how many different countries have you traveled to?
I've never actually counted them up. I would say over 40, somewhere between 40 and 50. I've never actually counted them.
How many countries have you actually done deals with, where you've dealt with top leadership?
I've never counted those, but it's certainly, probably in the between 10 and 20 where I was directly engaged in a significant way.
Let me ask you, as somebody from the private sector, being asked to serve your nation, understanding you're going to be going through a process like this, understanding all the disclosure, leaving a life behind that I'm sure you valued. What was your greatest reservation saying yes?
Senator, when I went through all of the analysis, all the reasons I had for saying no, which is your question, were all selfish reasons. So I had no reason to say no.
You obviously had a responsibility as the CEO of ExxonMobil, fiduciary responsibility. Your role is going to change. Do you have any reservation? And can you just kind of describe exactly what your mindset is from making that transition?
Senator, I have no reservations about my clean break with my private sector life. It was a wonderful 41-and-a-half-year career. I'm extraordinarily proud of it. I learned an awful lot. But now I'm moving to a completely different responsibility. My love of country and my patriotism is going to dictate that I serve no one's interest but that of the American people in advancing our own national security.
As you've traveled the world with a business mindset, working at developing projects around the world, obviously you're hearing from people around the world. Former President Carter in June of 2015 was commenting on President Obama's foreign policy. And here's some excerpts of his quotes. He said he can't think of many nations in the world where we have a better relationship now than we did when he took over, President Obama. The United States' influence and prestige and respect in the world is probably lower now than it was 6 or 7 years ago. Is that your general sense as you've traveled around the world during the last 8 years of this administration, that our power, influence, prestige, respect is lower, that we have not developed better relationships around the world?
Senator, I don't remember if I shared it with you in the meeting we had, but I know I shared it with others in meetings that in many respects I've spent the last 10 years on an unintended listening tour as I traveled about the world conducting affairs, engaging with the top leadership, heads of state in many of these countries. And I have had the opportunity to listen to them express their frustrations, their fears, their concerns as to the withdrawal and the stepping back of America's leadership, the lack of that engagement. And they are yearning and they want American leadership reasserted. When I met with the President-elect and we were meeting about his ultimately asking me to do this, I indicated to him, I said, Mr. President, we've got a tough hand of cards that you've been dealt. But I said, there's no use in whining about it. There's no use in complaining or pointing fingers at anyone. We're just going to play that hand out because what I know is America still holds all the aces. We just need to draw them out of that deck. And that leaders around the world want our engagement. I said, you're going to be pushing on an open door because people want America to come back.
One of the reasons I really value the private sector experience is just in your opening statement, the number of times you used reality, clarity, moral leadership, moral clarity, moral lights, facts, use logic, clear priorities. Those are the words of a business person. That's why I think your perspective will be very welcome in the State Department. Thank you, Mr. Tillerson. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, sir. Senator Shaheen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Tillerson, for being willing to consider the nomination which has been put forward to be Secretary of State. I agree with your opening statement that the United States has an important role to play in the world, not just standing up for our interests and values, but also for democracy, for press freedom, for human rights, for rule of law. You were unwilling to agree with Senator Rubio's characterization of Vladimir Putin as a war criminal. And you point out in your statement that Russia has disregarded American interests. I would suggest, as I think has been brought out in later testimony, that It not only has disregarded American interests, but international norms and humanitarian interests. The State Department has described Russia as having an authoritarian political system dominated by President Vladimir Putin. Meanwhile, Freedom House currently puts Russia in a category of countries like Iran, with very restricted political rights, ruled by one part or military dictatorships, religious hierarchies, or autocrats. Do you agree with that characterization of Russia and Vladimir Putin?
I would have no reason to take exception.
Senator Rubio and Senator Cardin both talked about some of those people who have been victims of the Putin authoritarian regime in Russia. And behind me is a poster with a recent New York Times story. I quote, "More of Kremlin's opponents are ending up dead." I'd like to ask unanimous consent, Mr. Chairman, to enter the article into the record.
Without exception. Objection.
I think a picture is always worth 1,000 words, and when you put a face to Sergei Magnitsky, as this poster does, and see two other victims of the authoritarian regime in Russia, I think it speaks to what's happening there and how we should think about the country and dealing with President Putin. So I understand what Senator Nunn said, and former Senator Nunn and Secretary Gates said when they talked about the need to have dialogue with Russia and to continue a mill-to-mill relationship. But I also think it's important for us to understand who we're dealing with. In 2008, you notably said that there's no respect for the rule of law in Russia today. Do you think that continues to be true?
That is still the case, yes.
So I think you can probably understand, Mr. Tillerson, why some of us are very concerned about the President-elect's statements praising Vladimir Putin's leadership, his intelligence, including after being reminded of his ruthless persecution of political enemies, and after receiving compelling information that Russia has interfered with our elections. So do you think now is the right time to lift sanctions against Russia?
I think it's important that we keep the status quo until we are able to develop what our approach is going to be. That it will be all part of the approach. That is part of the incentives on the one hand, or part of the greater pressure on the other that will be an important element of developing that approach of that first conversation with Russia. If confirmed, that is the foreign policy step that I will be working through other interagencies, again informed in the National Security Council with classified information, as well as being informed by the views of others to develop that strategic approach to engagement with Russia. So I would leave things in the status quo so that we are able to convey this can go either way.
Under your leadership, ExxonMobil has invested more than $100 million in its Global Women's Economic Opportunity Initiative, partnering with the U.S. government and foreign governments. As you know, the State Department also places a high priority on global women's empowerment, on gender equity, on combating violence against women. I was very disturbed when there was a request from the Trump transition team to find out who the employees within the State Department have been who have worked on gender equity programs, and while I know that has been walked back by that transition team, I still think it sends a chilling message to people in the State Department and to people concerned about efforts to empower women around the globe. So can I ask whether you agree that we should continue that initiative to empower women, and what steps you would take to ensure that the State Department and USAID continue to fund necessary programs to address global women's issues?
Well, Senator, this is an issue that's long been important to me personally as well. I have seen firsthand the impact of empowering women, particularly empowering women's participation in economic activities in the lesser developed part of the world. I know this is a really important area to you, and we talked about it in your office, and there is study after study to confirm that when you empower women in these developing parts of the world, you change the future of the country because you change the cycle within that family, whether that woman has daughters or sons. When you empower the woman and they see them participating at an economic level, it changes the way they will view things as they grow. I've seen specific examples and visited projects in Papua New Guinea, which allowed women to participate by forming a coalition of bread bakers. It takes very little money. Now, these are women that want the opportunity. What they need is the wherewithal and some structure to guide them around how to conduct a small business. Interesting in that example, when the women began to be successful selling their bread in villages all up and down the trails in the jungle, their next concern when they came to our folks was, we've got all this money and we're having to hide it all over the place and we're worried somebody's going to steal it. What do we do? They were introduced to banking, and they were assisted with opening a bank account in the capital of Port Moresby. This is just an example, though, of think about someone who starts with nothing, doesn't even know what a bank is, and all of a sudden now they have a bank account. So that will change their children, and it will change the cycle within that area. So these are extraordinarily powerful programs.
I certainly agree with that. And does that mean you will commit to continuing those programs if you're confirmed as Secretary of State?
Yes, ma'am. I think it's an important part of all of our foreign aid assistance efforts, whether it's through USAID or whether it's through other opportunities we have in more structured ways.
Thank you. Under your leadership in 2012, ExxonMobil's foundation also helped develop a roadmap for promoting women's economic empowerment that specifically cited access to family planning and reproductive health services as a means to improve productivity and earning potential for women. You and I also served, as we discussed, in 2010 on the Center for Strategic and International Studies Commission on Smart Global Health Policy, which also advocated for expanded access to family planning services. Will you pledge to continue to prioritize quality family planning and reproductive health services for women worldwide and ensure that resources and access to these programs are not conflated with support for abortion?
Well, Senator, there are statutory requirements in place around the foreign aid. They're well known, I know, to yourself and myself as well. As I understand it, we currently invest a little bit or something around $500 million a year in programs directed at family planning through foreign assistance. And I think that's an important level of support.
So, do I take that as a yes?
Well, I would want to, if confirmed, and I have the opportunity to examine all of the aspects of that program, I just am aware that we do spend about $500 million now.
Well, as you know, if the approximately 225 million women worldwide with unmet family planning needs had access to modern methods of contraception, we would see 52 million fewer unintended pregnancies, resulting in 600,000 fewer stillbirths, 6 million fewer miscarriages, and 15 million fewer unsafe abortions. So I would attest that this is not only a humanitarian value that we should support, but also an economic one. And I'm almost out of time, but I just want to go back to Russia for a brief moment, because as you talk about the potential to work with them, one of those areas that we've been successful on is the New START Treaty back in 2010, which this committee supported and the Senate supported, which ensures that Russians have to reduce their nuclear warheads and delivery vehicles. And it's given us more access to on-site inspections. Do you believe that continuing to support those efforts is important for us?
Yes, Senator. I think, again, this is an area where we have to stay engaged with Russia and hold them accountable to commitments made under the New START, and also ensure that we are in a position to meet our accountability as well.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Flake.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony, and thank you for your willingness to serve. It is a difficult thing to put your family through and everything else, and so I want you to know how much we appreciate that. In your opening testimony, you talked about this war on ISIS, that it will take a while. That's the implication I get from what you wrote. And
You're watching Rex Tillerson's confirmation hearing live as senators consider him for Secretary of State. Newsy Live will return you to the feed of the hearing in 2 minutes. President-elect Donald Trump nominated the former CEO of ExxonMobil as the nation's top diplomat last month. Tillerson's extensive business history with Russia, paired with the intelligence community's report that Russia interfered with the 2016 election, means this may be Trump's most scrutinized nomination. We'll be back soon.
Seek the engagement of Congress and the support of Congress in some means, whether it's through a sense of the Congress or specific legislation. I would not disagree with your characterization that it is much more powerful when the U.S. shows up with everyone aligned. And I think having the support of the Congress standing behind those decisions to commit U.S. men and women, U.S. military resources, does give us a much stronger position than to engage with allies in building those alliances that are important. And in the case of defeating ISIS, that is one of the first actions that is going to be necessary, is to re-engage with our allies in the area and ensure that we know what they are willing to commit as well. So yes, I would strongly support engaging, certainly at the minimum, with this committee, and ultimately, if legislative action would support our efforts to defeat ISIS, I would be certainly talking to the President about that.
well, that would certainly be welcomed here. What we don't want to see, I don't want to speak for my colleagues, certainly, but what I would not like to see is what we saw after the promise and the drawing of the red line, which you mentioned in your testimony. When you draw a red line, you said, we sent weak or mixed signals with red lines that turned into green lights. I think that's certainly the case, but what happened with the last administration is that red line was drawn, but rather than enforce that red line when it was crossed, the administration came to Congress to ask permission. And we always enjoy the administration coming to us, but when you draw a red line, enforce it. The War Powers Act allows 60 days, and that's what I think that kind of collaboration with Congress is using us as a crutch rather than an ally in this battle.
No, I take the point.
With regard to Cuba, you mentioned that their leaders, under the new arrangement we have with diplomatic relations and loosened travel restrictions, I believe you're referring to, their leaders receive much while their people have received little. This serves neither the interest of Cubans or Americans. I would encourage you in the coming weeks and months to look at what has happened in Cuba. Certainly, I think the government is no less repressive with regard to dissidents. That is still going on. But when President Obama allowed Cuban Americans in particular to travel unfettered to Cuba and lifted caps on remittances, it allowed Cubans who had previously worked for the government in Cuba to engage in private sector activity. And from virtually no private sector employment in Cuba, we've gone to about 25% of the Cuban workforce in the private sector. And I would submit that they enjoy now a measure of economic freedom and political freedom that they didn't before. So I think that has benefited the Cuban people and will continue to if we continue the approach that we've now taken. And so I do share your aversion to sanctions, particularly those that are not multilateral. And I think we've seen that in spades in Cuba over the years, where it was only the U.S. who employed sanctions, and then sanctions that weren't comprehensive and didn't mean that much, other than giving the regime there a convenient excuse for the failure of socialism. So I would encourage in the next couple of weeks to to look at what's happened in Cuba with regard to our new policy. With regard to Africa, we had a good discussion in my office. You at ExxonMobil have dealt with Africa a lot. Let's talk about soft diplomacy for a while. We have a lot of programs through USAID all over the continent. As you've viewed those programs, in addition to what ExxonMobil has done in the corporate governance area, what works and what doesn't? How can we refashion some of our policies to nudge countries toward democracy that need nudging, or that punish countries where it deems fit, or encourage cooperation with us on security measures or humanitarian measures?
Well, certainly the use of important USAID assistance, it really falls in kind of two broad areas: disaster relief, addressing imminent situations on the ground, whether it's starvation or the result of storms or as a result of conflict, providing assistance to relieve the immediate suffering. That is an important part of USAID. Over the past few years, in looking at the balance of that against what I would call development assistance, which is designed to create change, which hopefully becomes a sustainable change, that regrettably, the disaster assistance part of that budget has grown, and that means there's less available for development. Other important ways in which we can provide assistance, though, are through other mechanisms, such as the Millennial Challenge Corporation. For those countries that qualify, that's a different model. And so I think in terms of what is the issue we're trying to address, that then conditions how do we put obligations on the country then to modify behaviors, whether it's take steps to reduce corruption, improve the strength of governments and their own institutional capacity to manage their affairs. Where I have seen good progress is when assistance was put into the country with some requirement that, for instance, they modify or streamline their permitting process. One of the ways to begin to reduce corruption is to remove the complexities of how people are able to carry out their activities. The more steps you have in the process, the more opportunities there are for people to be taking something out of it or adding a cost to it. So I know there are examples where governments have been required to simplify the simple thing of a citizen going down and getting a driver's license, or the citizen getting a permit to buy an automobile or a piece of equipment. It only goes to one place. You can shine a bright light on that, and it's easy to follow the money, as they say. And that in and of itself can be very effective in beginning to change the behaviors within some of these developing countries. So I think where we can tie our assistance to obligations, it's important that we do so, and then able to follow up. And again, I think it's every country's issues need to be examined on a case-by-case basis, and then try to target and design assistance to advance America's values and help that country continue its journey along better governance. But in some cases, if it's disaster relief, that's hard to do, because it's hard to start feeding starving people, and then when the host government's not meeting its obligations, we're suddenly going to stop feeding starving people. Those are very difficult choices to make, and I understand and appreciate that.
We had talked in our office about some of the programs like PEPFAR. Can you talk about how that has helped our situation, and what you've observed in Africa in terms of goodwill?
Well, PEPFAR, I think, clearly has been one of the most extraordinarily successful programs in Africa. I saw it up close and personal because of ExxonMobil had taken on the challenge of eradicating malaria because of business activities in Central Africa, where malaria is quite prevalent, and worked with competent NGOs, some of which were receiving funding through PEPFAR, some through other agencies, along with other public-private partnerships. So eradicating malaria, there's been a great deal of progress made. That's where I saw it up close and personal. But I know that PEPFAR broadly has brought so much goodwill from Africa, recognition of the goodwill and the compassionate nature of the American people. It's probably one of the best projections of the American goodwill and compassion into the continent that I think you'll find anywhere. Broadly recognized by leaders, but more importantly, it's broadly recognized by those it touches.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much, Senator Udall.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, and you and the ranking member for working so carefully with us to get this organized in such a good fashion. Mr. Tillerson, let me first of all just thank you very much for your visit to my office and us being able to exchange ideas and discuss how you want to approach things as the incoming Secretary of State if you're approved. And I want to thank so much your family for being here. It's always wonderful to see family, Brenda and brothers and sisters, and so that's a very good start, I believe. You know, Exxon has done and continues to do business in various countries in the world that are very problematic to the U.S., and you've mentioned that a little bit here. And in some cases, some of those countries are just outright hostile. We now know Exxon did business in Iran, and Iran's regime has supported terrorist attacks against Americans. Exxon has a massive oil interest in Russia, which has recently acted to undermine our elections and civil society. And of course, Exxon also has a history of major political contributions and a large Washington lobbyist presence. Would you permit Exxon to lobby the State Department under your leadership?
Well, Senator, as to any issues involving ExxonMobil that might come before me if confirmed as Secretary of State, I would recuse myself from those issues.
And would you take phone calls from the new CEO about foreign matters or any interest they had around the world that are within jurisdiction of the State Department?
I would not extend to the new chairman and CEO of ExxonMobil any courtesies beyond that which I would extend to anyone.
So are you saying you would take calls and visit with the CEO? I mean, I'm trying to understand here what kind of limits you're going to put on yourself in terms of dealing with your company and employees. I know that you've made a clean break in terms of the ethics agreements and things like that, but give us an understanding of the policy that you're going to follow if you're approved as to how you're going to deal with these situations. I mean, there are many countries, as you know, in the world where, to give you an example, Australia, Equatorial Guinea, Malaysia, Nigeria, Qatar, Russia, and the United Kingdom, Exxon right now is asking for tax dollars back from those. And if you're carrying out foreign policy in those countries, how are you going to deal with that situation in terms of contact with Exxon, with your former colleagues, that kind of situation?
Well, let me start with where you began in terms of taking phone calls. I would not expect that I'll be taking phone calls from any business leaders. In my prior role, I never called on the Secretary of State directly. I called on the deputy often, or the missions, primarily the ambassadors. So whether I'll take phone calls from anyone is a subject to the question itself. As to how I will deal with the past history I have in my prior position with ExxonMobil, I've made clear in my disclosures and I think in answers to questions that have been posed that obviously there's a statutory recusal period which I will adhere to on any matters that might come before the State Department that deal directly and specifically with ExxonMobil. Beyond that, though, in terms of broader issues dealing with the fact that it might involve the oil and natural gas industry itself, the scope of that is such that I would not expect to have to recuse myself. In any instance where there is any question or even the appearance, I would expect to seek the guidance of counsel from the Office of Ethics in the State Department and will follow their guidance as to whether it's an issue that I should recuse myself from.
Yeah, thank you very much for that answer. And I was very heartened by some of the exchange we had in my office with regard to climate change. As you know, climate change has been expressed as a serious national security concern. Sea levels rising threaten Navy bases. We have crop disruption and water shortages all over the world and in my state of New Mexico, and other natural disasters that I think are going to threaten the stability of many developing countries. During the transition, some departments have been asked to name individuals involved in climate policy who attended international climate meetings, which made many federal employees concerned about a witch hunt against civil servants involved in climate policy. Do you plan or would you support any efforts to persecute, sideline, or otherwise retaliate against career State Department employees who have worked on climate change in the past?
No, sir. That'd be a pretty unhelpful way to get started.
Yeah, well, I like that answer. While you were CEO of Exxon, the company website stated, and I quote here, the risk of climate change is clear and the risk warrants action. Increasing carbon emissions in the atmosphere are having a warming effect. There is a broad scientific and policy consensus that action must be taken to further quantify and assess the risks. And that's the end of the quote on your website. I understand that if confirmed you will be serving under President-elect Trump, but do you still personally stand by this statement today, yes or no?
I do not take exception to that statement. I might articulate it a little differently as to my personal views. But the President-elect has invited my views on climate change. He's asked for them. He knows that I am on the public record with my views. And I look forward to providing those, if confirmed, to him in discussions around how the U.S. should conduct its policies in this area. Ultimately, the President-elect, he was elected, and I'll carry out his policies in order to be as successful as possible. But I think it's important to note that he has asked, and I feel free to express those views.
Thank you. During our meeting, you expressed support for a carbon tax as one preferred measure to address issues of climate change. Will you continue to work with the Congress on this complex issue and to make this a priority in the State Department if you are confirmed?
Well, when it gets to tax policy, that's going to be the responsibility of other agencies to conduct. My role at State would be only to deal with those issues that are relevant to treaties or international accords that we've entered into in terms of our continued compliance with those, participation in those, and so that would be the area that I'll be most engaged in.
Yeah, and my understanding in the discussion with you in my office, and I think you said you were going to talk about this publicly if you were asked questions, you came to the carbon tax conclusion doing a very thorough analysis of everything that was out there. Whatever was trying to bring down carbon emissions, you looked at everything, and then you concluded the best recommendation was to move forward with a carbon tax. Is that correct?
The analysis that I went through, which was largely informed by a number of studies, economic studies by academic institutions and others, was during the time that the Congress was debating the cap-and-trade approach, which, in my view, had not produced the result that everyone wanted in Europe. So we had a working model in Europe that we had been watching, and had been, ExxonMobil had been participating in that model. The debate around a cap-and-trade as being the option versus something else is what stimulated the question for me of, well, if this isn't working, what might? And so that began the investigation of other alternatives. One of the important elements of even considering something like that as a solution, though, are two other aspects. And one is that it replaces the hodgepodge of approaches we have today, which are scattered, and some of which are through mandates, some of which are through well-intended but ineffective incentives. So let's simplify the system. This is the one and only effort we're going to undertake to begin to try to influence people's choices. And then the second qualifier I've always placed on it is revenues from, if a carbon tax were put in place, it has to be revenue neutral. All the revenues go back out into the economy through either reduced employee payroll taxes, so that because there will be impacts on jobs. So let's mitigate that by reducing the impact by putting it back into the economy. So none of the money is held as in the federal Treasury for other purposes. This is simply a mechanism to incentivize choices people are making. It's not a revenue raiser.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tillerson.
Mr. Tillerson, if I could, Senator Udall did an outstanding job of teasing this out. The one thing that wasn't stated, though, would you succinctly state your position, your personal position, as it relates to climate change?
I came to my personal position over about 20 years as an engineer and a scientist, understanding the evolution of the science. Came to the conclusion a few years ago that the risk of climate change does exist, and that the consequences of it could be serious enough that action should be taken. The type of action seems to be where the largest areas of debate exist in the public discourse. I think it's important to recognize that the U.S. has done a pretty good job.
This is not quite as succinct as I was hoping. It's my understanding that you believe human beings...
I think we should let him finish, Mr. Chairman.
Human activity, you believe that human activity, based on your belief in science, is contributing to climate change.
The increase in the greenhouse gas concentrations in the atmosphere are having an effect. Our ability to predict that effect is very limited.
Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Tillerson, for your service or hopeful service to the country and to your family. Thank you as well to your commitment, because if confirmed, this is a sacrifice for you as well. So I thank you for your willingness to serve our nation, should that be the will of the Senate. In your opening statement, you talk about what I believe is the idea of America: liberty, prosperity, security, that we live in a nation that founded on liberty, maintaining liberty through security, and growing the prosperity of the American people. Periods of history, whether it's the Industrial Revolution, whether it was the Civil War, World War I, Depression, World War II, the time period afterward, it wasn't just a year or two or three in time, but a generational, if not more, definition and changing lives, impacting our children and the moment we're in today, the changes we've seen around the globe, changes in technology, changes instability will greatly impact the lives of our children, my children, your children. So I believe that engagement with the world matters, and that U.S. engagement matters greatly. And you would agree with that assessment, correct?
Yes, sir, I would.
This is not a time for the U.S. to shrink from the world or to shrink from that engagement. Is that correct?
That's correct, Senator. As I indicated in my opening remarks, that's what's been absent is U.S. leadership.
And that U.S. values matter, Western values matter, that we build and continue to build upon those international norms that have made this country great, those ideas of liberty, security, prosperity.
Yes, sir. We're the only country able to project that with authority.
One of the things that I find so interesting about this committee and the work that we do has been the opportunity to lead around the globe with diplomacy and the will of good people of this country, and not just defense. Would you agree with that?
Yes, sir.
And that we will use force when necessary, and we should never back away from the obligation to use force where necessary, correct?
Yes, I know that everyone understands that is the least attractive option.
And that we must leave no doubt in the minds of our alliances the willingness and the commitment of the United States to both use diplomacy and force where necessary to achieve the goals of that alliance.
Diplomacy will be ineffective if it's not backed up by the threat of force.
Mr. Tillerson, North Korea has developed a series of nuclear capabilities that pose a significant threat to the United States, trying to develop those capabilities, the United States, our allies, and to the region. Last Congress, Senator Menendez and I helped did lead the North Korea Sanctions and Policy Enhancement Act, which passed the Senate, signed into law by the President, unanimous vote, and it abandoned this administration's failed policy of strategic patience. The legislation is the first standalone sanction legislation on North Korea, mandated sanctions on those who assist Pyongyang's proliferation activities, human rights violations, and its malicious cyber efforts. Do you intend, if confirmed, to fulfill all mandatory sanction requirements of this Sanctions Act?
Yes, I would, Senator. In fact, that is the issue with North Korea, is we have failed to enforce existing sanctions regimes, including that which is overseen by the United Nations.
And I want to get into that a little bit more. And your plan, obviously, as it relates to North Korea, our actions toward North Korea depend greatly on South Korea, Japan, our relationship with those two nations. How do we bolster the relationship between the United States, South Korea, and Japan?
It starts with our friends and allies, and that is South Korea and Japan, ensuring that we are completely aligned on our commitment to enforce these sanctions.
And the alliance that we have with South Korea will be strengthened under President-elect Trump's administration. Is that correct?
That is to be my expectation, yes, sir.
And one of the keys, of course, to success with North Korea's peaceful denuclearization is China. Are you willing to exert additional pressure on North Korea through China, including additional UN Security Council resolutions, and pushing China to do more to enforce these resolutions as it relates to North Korea?
As indicated, I think a lot of our troubles today are that we do not enforce. We make commitments, we say we're going to do something, and then we don't enforce it. And that is, again, a mixed message that I think has been sent in the case of North Korea and our expectations of China. I think we have to be clear-eyed as to how far China will go, and not get overly optimistic as to how far they'll go. And that's why ultimately it's going to require a new approach with China in order for China to understand our expectations of them, going beyond certainly what they have in the past, which has fallen short.
If you look at the North Korean economy, a tremendous amount of it exists and relies upon China, and China has not, as a result, enforced the sanctions, allowing them to continue proliferation activities through the dollars earned with the transactions, through activities that otherwise would have been subject to sanctions. Would you support secondary sanctions against Chinese entities if found and confirmed to have violated UN resolutions, agreements they've entered into?
90% of North Korea's trade is with China. So to your point, they are solely dependent on Chinese trade. To the extent that there are specific violations of the sanctions, such as the purchase of coal, which is specifically mentioned in the UN sanctions most recently, if there are gaps of enforcement, they have to be enforced. If China is not going to comply with those UN sanctions, then it's appropriate for the United States to consider actions to compel them to comply.
And how do you intend to lead U.S. and multilateral efforts to peacefully disarm Pyongyang?
It's going to be, I think, a long-term plan, and it starts with, again, designing the sanctions and enforcing the sanctions to close gaps that exist, and you've already highlighted that there are gaps in those sanctions today that are undermining their effectiveness. So it is a question of closing those gaps, where it's appropriate to seek further steps against those who are not fully complying with those sanctions, and revisiting, are there other ways and other areas where we can close off access by North Korea to resources that allow them to continue to develop their nuclear capabilities. It's an looking at all of that approach as to what is still there, how can we put additional pressure on them to deny them the capability to continue to advance not just the development, but the delivery systems, which is where the greatest threat exists today.
Mr. Tillerson, last Congress, for the first time, this committee added cybersecurity to its jurisdiction, and I chaired the subcommittee on East Asia, Pacific, and international cybersecurity policy. As part of that effort, we held a number of hearings that were exclusively devoted to international cybersecurity and mandated that the State Department produce a long overdue policy on the outgoing administration's international cybersecurity policies. The North Korea bill that we passed also includes, as I mentioned, mandatory cyber sanctions for the first time that any legislation has done so. I've supported, as others have on this committee, the idea of creating in Congress a standalone permanent committee on cybersecurity so that we have a whole-of-government view of how to address our cyber policy concerns, needs from the standpoint of the commercial sector to the standpoint of national security needs. I believe that's something we should do. How will you prioritize cybersecurity at the State Department?
Well, if confirmed, as I indicated, the imminent threat today is ISIS, and I highlighted that in my remarks. But probably the greatest and most complex threat we're facing today is in the area of cybersecurity. Now, certainly the U.S. has significant capabilities.
You're watching Rex Tillerson's confirmation hearing live as senators consider him for Secretary of State. Newsy Live will return you to the feed of the hearing in 2 minutes. President-elect Donald Trump nominated the former CEO of ExxonMobil as the nation's top diplomat last month. Tillerson's extensive business history with Russia, paired with the intelligence community's report that Russia interfered with the 2016 election, means this may be Trump's most scrutinized nomination. We'll be back soon.
To the Defense Department, to the intelligence community, of how do we construct a thoughtful approach to cybersecurity and a thoughtful approach to what are going to be the norms. And then I think we engage with our friends and allies first. Can we establish what those norms are going to be and build out the international support for those so that when these attacks happen, we're not struggling with what is an appropriate response? How far should we go? This will be the accepted norms. It's a complicated issue. It has a lot of aspects to it that have to be carefully considered, but we cannot delay beginning to develop this comprehensive approach.
And do you believe that the issue of cybersecurity, cyber policy should be elevated within the State Department, perhaps even toward an ambassadorial level position?
I think that could be part of the outcome of a comprehensive assessment of what is the right way for the U.S. to manage the threat and be prepared to respond when others take action.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, sir. You've shown extreme stamina for a 64-year-old male in multiple ways, and with that, we're going to have a 5-minute recess. If you wish to exit the room, I would suggest you coming this way, and we'll resume with Senator Kaine in 5 minutes.
Hearings for Donald Trump's cabinet pick start this week, but as you can probably guess, the run-up has been full of a bit of drama on the speed of the hearings.
Democrats are really frustrated that they lost the election, but we need to sort of grow up here and get past that.
But it's not just Democrats who are crying foul. The top executive branch ethics watchdog says the pace has left some of Trump's picks with, quote, potentially unknown or unresolved ethics issues before the hearings begin. The Office of Government Ethics says confirmation hearings haven't been held before the ethics review process in the last 40 years, and presidential appointments need to have OGE certification of their financial holdings before any congressional hearings. But the GOP is quick to point out that didn't happen for at least one of George W. Bush's nominees in 2001. Trump's cabinet would be the wealthiest cabinet in history and barely has any public service background. Now the speed at which GOP senators are moving is apparently putting the ethics office under, quote, undue pressure. And what's really interesting about this whole thing is Senator Mitch McConnell was on the side of the OGE and current Democrats not too long ago. In 2009, he sent a letter to Senator Harry Reid saying the financial disclosures of nominees needed to be complete before any hearing was even scheduled.
The Senate approves over 1,000 positions in the executive branch, and cabinet appointees have to jump through a lot of hoops during the confirmation process. Getting cleared means a lot of paperwork. Candidates fill out several forms, including a public financial disclosure report and a 124-page questionnaire, covering everything from family information to foreign travel details. The financial disclosure report is reviewed by the Office of Government Ethics and the ethics official from the agency the candidate was nominated for. Cabinet picks usually have to pass a background check by the FBI, too. After that, the Senate's confirmation process typically begins, and most of that process happens in Senate committees. Senators do their own investigation with documents from the White House and other information they gather. During public hearings in committee, senators can go on the record to discuss a candidate's qualifications, policy views, and potential conflict of interest concerns. In the history of the U.S., the Senate has rejected only 9 presidential cabinet nominations. The most recent rejection was in 1989 after President George H.W. Bush nominated John Tower for Secretary of Defense. Tower faced allegations about his personal conduct, including a drinking problem, and questions about possible conflicts of interest from his work with military contractors.
Donald Trump's cabinet picks have to do more to get rid of conflicts of interest than he does. According to U.S. Code, executive branch public officials could be subject to criminal penalties for conflicts of interest, but that same code exempts the president from those requirements. That doesn't mean Trump's conflicts of interest are okay. It just means they're not illegal until actual corruption occurs. And like Trump, his cabinet is extremely wealthy, with plenty of opportunities for conflicts of interest. The cabinet is actually wealthier than the bottom third of Americans. That's the combined wealth of 43 million Americans. One example of a potential conflict is Trump's choice for Labor Secretary, Andrew Puzder, the millionaire CEO of the fast food company behind Hardee's and Carl's Jr. As Labor Secretary, he'd oversee his own company's compliance with labor laws. To avoid that conflict, he'll have to sell off his shares in the company. Trump has tons of similar conflicts of interest across the globe, but he won't be forced to do anything, just expected to. Oh yeah, and remember the big deal around this?
Donald Trump's taxes, and so far his refusal to make them public.
Maybe he doesn't want the American people, all of you watching tonight, to know that he's paid nothing in federal taxes.
Unlike Trump, his cabinet might actually be forced to release their tax returns. That's because most of his cabinet picks will have to be confirmed by the Senate, where Democratic leaders have said they'll try to force nominees to produce tax returns, which means we'll probably know more about the cabinet's finances than we will about Trump's.
Donald Trump is reportedly turning to past presidents for inspiration on what to do with his own inaugural address coming up in January. A Washington Post report said Trump plans to lean on the speaking styles of John F. Kennedy and Ronald Reagan for his first address as commander-in-chief. Trump surrogates have been quick to compare him to Reagan, the prototypical conservative president.
I think that it will be very powerful and very impressive. Maybe Reagan at his peak.
The whole economic program is a very comprehensive one. It's one that works. It's one that's proven. It's basically what Kennedy did. It's basically what Reagan did.
But Trump apparently had lots of nice things to say about the Democrat Kennedy as well. Trump reportedly discussed his inaugural address with guests at his Mar-a-Lago club in Florida. One source said he spoke about Kennedy and how he was able to get the country motivated to go to the moon. Trump's campaign speechwriter Stephen Miller is working on Trump's first address. It's unclear how Miller's more ominous tone will line up with Reagan's famous shining city upon a hill optimism. Trump's inauguration is scheduled for January 20th.
You know, the simple act of giving away cannabis is a real political act. Giving away cannabis in the District of Columbia is legal as long as you're not on federal property. So we're planning on being on DC sidewalks, out off of federal property. Plus, you know, you can possess up to 2 ounces of marijuana anywhere in the city, and so as long as people are holding 2 ounces or less as far as cannabis joints, they're not violating any laws. This protest is necessary because he's been so silent on the issue, because his advisors and his next Attorney General are not friendly to marijuana legalization at all. They're going to roll back our rights. Our group is not smoking as a group, but if you are going to go to this speech, you're going to be on the National Mall, and you feel that federal marijuana laws should change, then
bring the hearing back to order. Mr. Tillerson, based on my previous conversation before moving to Senator Kaine, I know we had a little bit of a conversation about this, but when it comes to lobbying for sanctions, it's my understanding that there wasn't a lobbying that took place against sanctions. It was more to go through the details of what those sanctions would do to make sure that they applied appropriately across the board. Is that correct?
Senator, that's correct. I never lobbied against the sanctions. To my knowledge, ExxonMobil never lobbied against the sanctions. ExxonMobil participated in understanding how the sanctions were going to be constructed and was asked and provided information regarding how those might impact American business interest. And the only engagement I had really came after the sanctions were in place. ExxonMobil was in the middle of drilling a well in the very remote part of the Russian Arctic in the Kara Sea, several hundred miles away from any safe harbor. When the sanctions went into place, because of the way the sanctions were written, they took immediate effect. There was no grace period, there was no grandfathering period, and I engaged immediately with the State Department and with Treasury and OFAC to explain to them there was significant risk to people and the environment and we were going to comply with the sanctions, fully comply, but that compliance meant immediate evacuation of all these people, which was going to put lives at risk and the environment at risk, because this was a wildcat exploration well that was at a very delicate position at the time. Provided a lot of technical information to OFAC and the State Department. Was thankful that it took about 5 days for them to understand that, and ExxonMobil stood still while they were evaluating that, and in the end did grant a temporary license to allow that work to be completed safely so we could get all the people then out of the country, get all the equipment that was subject to sanctions out of the country, including the rig, out of the country. That was my direct engagement, was really in dealing with an effect of the sanctions. So again, the characterization that ExxonMobil lobbied against the sanctions is just not accurate.
Senator Kaine.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and Mr. Tillerson, thank you for your willingness to serve. Congratulations on your nomination. How much information do you have about financial connections between President-elect Trump, the Trump family or Trump organizations, and Russian individuals or organizations or the Russian government?
I have no knowledge.
And if I asked you the same question and I substituted Turkey, China, Pakistan, or Japan for Russia in that question, would your answer be the same?
I have no knowledge.
So I gather from your answer that you'll then have no way of knowing how actions proposed by a President Trump regarding those countries or others would affect his personal or family financial interests.
I have no knowledge.
How is a Congress or the American public supposed to fully judge the actions, official actions proposed by a President Trump if we lack basic information about how those actions may benefit his personal finances?
That's a question that others will have to address, Senator.
You're aware that government leaders of many of the countries that you dealt with in your capacity as CEO of ExxonMobil have used their positions of leadership to greatly advance their personal wealth while they were in office, correct?
I have no direct knowledge of that.
But you've read press accounts, for example, about folks like Vladimir Putin or the leaders of Equatorial Guinea and other nations suggesting that they have amassed great personal wealth while in office, correct?
I'm aware of the press reports.
Do you think that such behavior by a head of government is in accord with values of the United States or contrary to U.S. values?
If the reports are true, and there has been inappropriate taking of funds that belong to rightfully to the government, and that is not provided for under the government's laws, then that would be contrary to our values, which are to respect the laws.
Should Congress be diligent to make sure that federal officials, including the President, do not use their public positions to amass personal wealth while in office?
That is the standard in the United States, yes, sir.
Without full disclosure of the President of all his financial interests, isn't there a chance that you might be across the table in a negotiating setting, say with Russian officials, who know more about the President's financial interests and exposure than you do?
Not to my knowledge.
If that was the case, wouldn't that put America and our national interests at somewhat of a disadvantage?
If it's not to my knowledge, it isn't going to change the way I'm negotiating with them.
But if someone on the other side of a negotiating table, you've been in negotiations, has more knowledge than you do, is that not something that could put you at a disadvantage?
I think as long as the objective of the negotiation is clear, what are we trying to achieve, that's all that matters. If you achieve the objective, the art of negotiating is just how you achieve that objective.
I want to switch and ask you some questions about climate, following up on Senator Udall. We talked about this in my office. There's been a great deal of coverage about ExxonMobil's history with the issue of climate change. There was a recent two-part article in the New York Review of Books, prepared by members of the Rockefeller Family Foundation and investigated by an independent team for the Columbia School of Journalism. In 2015, there was a three-part series in the Los Angeles Times, and in the same year, Inside Climate News did an 8-month investigation and produced a 9-part series that was a finalist for a Pulitzer Prize, all on the question of ExxonMobil's knowledge of basic climate science. These articles conclude the following, and then I'm going to ask you some questions. One, ExxonMobil concluded as early as the 1970s that pollution from CO2 released by the burning of fossil fuels was affecting the climate in potentially destructive ways. Two, despite this knowledge, ExxonMobil took public positions against the scientific consensus regarding climate science. Three, ExxonMobil funded outside organizations that publicly denied, downplayed, and obscured the scientific consensus. And four, ExxonMobil, despite claims to the contrary, continues to provide funding, if at a lower level, to outside groups that deny, downplay, or obscure this scientific consensus. Are these conclusions about ExxonMobil's history of promoting and funding climate science denial, despite its internal awareness of the reality of climate change during your tenure with the company, true or false?
Senator, since I'm no longer with ExxonMobil, I'm in no position to speak on their behalf. The question would have to be put to them.
I'm not asking you to speak on ExxonMobil's behalf. You were with the company for nearly 42 years?
That is correct.
And for the majority of your time, you were with the company in an executive and management position?
Approximately half the time.
And you became CEO in 2006?
Correct.
So I'm not asking you on behalf of ExxonMobil. You've resigned from ExxonMobil. I'm asking you whether those allegations about ExxonMobil's knowledge of climate science and decision to fund and promote a view contrary to its awareness of the science, whether those allegations are true or false.
The question would have to be put to ExxonMobil.
And let me ask you, do you lack the knowledge to answer my question, or are you refusing to answer my question?
A little of both.
I have a hard time believing you lack the knowledge to answer my question, but that's an editorial comment just like your comment was an editorial comment. With respect, refusing to answer my question, we talked in my office. You have severed your financial ties with ExxonMobil, correct?
That is correct.
Are you subject to any confidentiality agreement that continues to be enforced that would limit your ability to talk about the matter I'm asking you about or any other matters concerning ExxonMobil?
Let me clarify my first answer. All the ties will be severed if I am confirmed.
Right. Absolutely. I got that.
I spoke too quickly.
Yeah, I understood that.
To my knowledge, I have no such confidentiality agreement in place, but I'd have to consult counsel.
I'll file that question for the record, and I would be curious as to whether there's any existing confidentiality agreement and when the agreement was entered into. Mr. Chair, I want to enter a couple of documents in the record. First, a letter dated September 2, 1982, from the Theoretical and Mathematical Sciences Laboratory Director of Exxon Research Company, Roger Cohen, and I will just quote from it and then enter it into the record. September 2, 1982. Over the past several years, a clear scientific consensus has emerged regarding the expected climatic effect of increased atmospheric CO2. The consensus is that a doubling of atmospheric CO2 from its pre-industrial revolution value would result in an average global temperature rise of between 1.5 and 3.0 degrees centigrade. There is unanimous agreement in the scientific community that a temperature increase of this magnitude would bring about significant changes in the Earth's climate, including rainfall distribution and alterations in the biosphere. The time required for doubling of atmospheric CO2 depends on future world consumption of fossil fuels. In summary, the results of our research are in accord with the scientific consensus on the effect of increased atmospheric CO2 on climate. We're now ready to present our research to the scientific community through the usual mechanisms of conference presentations and publications. As we discussed in the August 24 meeting, there is the potential for our research to attract the attention of the popular news media because of the connection between Exxon's major business and the role of fossil fuel combustion in contributing to the increase of atmospheric CO2. Our ethical responsibility is to permit the publication of our research in the scientific literature. Indeed, to do otherwise would be a breach of Exxon's public position and ethical credo on honesty and integrity. And I would like to introduce that letter for the record.
Without objection.
I would like to also introduce an op-ed series produced by ExxonMobil in 2000, and I will read the following. Geological evidence indicates that climate and greenhouse gas levels experience significant natural variability for reasons having nothing to do with human activity. Against this backdrop of large, poorly understood natural variability, it is impossible for scientists to attribute the recent small surface temperature increase to human causes. And I would like to introduce that.
Without objection.
Mr. Tillerson, one last subject. I know you're familiar with the use of the phrase resource curse to describe the phenomenon whereby oil-rich countries often find that their abundance of natural resources actually impedes development of a diverse economy and promotes authoritarianism, violence, environmental spoliation, poverty, and corruption. That's not an iron law, but that has been a much-discussed topic in economic literature since the early 1990s. ExxonMobil does business in many countries, Chad, Equatorial Guinea, Nigeria, Indonesia, Angola, that have suffered through this phenomenon. I would like you to talk about, as Secretary of State, where we have a development portfolio that tries to help nations raise sustainable economies, how will you work with nations that have suffered under this resource curse, and how will you work with them to make sure they respect human rights, the rule of law, and our longstanding commitment to transparency and anti-corruption measures?
Good question. Succinct answer, please.
Well, there's a lot of opportunity through our USAID programs to strengthen the institutional capacities and set standards of expectation in the developing part of the world, including those that have resource wealth.
Mr. Chair, if I could put one more document in the record, and it's a document from this committee. It's a report that was directed by Senator Lugar when he was the ranking member of the committee in 2008, entitled The Petroleum and Poverty Paradox, Assessing U.S. and International Community Efforts to Fight the Resource Curse. And it has a number of suggestions for both the President and Secretary of State that I think still have some merit, and I would commend it to the attention of the witness.
Without objection. Thank you. Senator Young.
New guy. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thanks so much, Mr. Tillerson, for your presence here today. I'd like to return to an issue which has received quite a bit of discussion and dialogue here today, and it's the sanctions that have been imposed on Russia in the wake of their annexation of Crimea, their armed intervention in eastern Ukraine. And you've indicated to me privately and again here publicly that you had a couple of concerns. Aside from the fiduciary concerns, that is, your duty to ensure you maximize shareholder value as CEO of ExxonMobil, you had concerns with respect to the ill formation of these sanctions, the fact that there was a disparity between the U.S. and EU's sanctions regime, and therefore you didn't believe that sanctions regime would work. Is that correct?
Well, I think I expressed the view that it was likely to be ineffective.
Okay. I'm going to give you an opportunity to explain that in greater detail. In the wake of our private meeting, we contacted the Congressional Research Service, and they indicated, and I'll submit this report for the record here, but that in practice, and I'm quoting, it appears that U.S. and EU sectoral sanctions are broadly similar. They did say it appears, but kindly explain the distinction between those two sanctions regimes that made you conclude they'd be ineffective.
And I was speaking in terms of the sector that I was involved in at the time, oil and natural gas development. The EU sanctions contained a grandfathering provision, which allowed activity that was already underway in the targeted sanction areas to continue. In the U.S. sanctions, there was no grandfathering. And in this dialogue that was going on during the development of the sanctions, that was part of the input to the process, both to the Treasury Secretary. I spoke to Secretary Lew myself to point out that there was this gap and that it could lead to problems for U.S. interest from two perspectives. One was the operational effect that I just described a moment ago in response to the Chairman's question, that an immediate effect would put operations that were ongoing at risk. So there was that issue. But the second was that to the extent European activities in the same sanctioned areas could continue because they were grandfathered, would put U.S. interest in this particular part of the sector at a disadvantage because U.S. could not continue to demonstrate its capabilities. Our European partners could, and it put at risk the possibility that agreements that had been entered into might be terminated.
So it's the grandfathering component. We'll look more into that. Mr. Chairman, submit this for the record, please.
Without objection.
Let me pose a hypothetical, perhaps a bit. It gets to the heart of the matter of trying to separate one's responsibilities, one's incentives as the CEO of a major multinational corporation, though U.S.-based, from perhaps your coming role as the chief diplomat of the United States. Assume that something that's not particularly lacking in plausibility, that Russia were to send troops and weapons into the Kiev area, into Ukraine. Assume further that a well-formed sanctions regime is presented to you as Secretary of State. Finally, assume that that sanctions regime would disadvantage the bottom line of American-based multinationals. Would you still propose, would you still advocate that the United States of America advance its national interests by adopting this sanctions regime?
Senator, I think as I've indicated now several times, the use of sanctions is an important and can be powerful tool as long as they are constructed to be effective. In an instance like the example you give, there will be, I'm sure, discussion at the National Security Council of all of the options, but the sanctions will be certainly an important option to have on the table for consideration, and if that is the option selected, I will vigorously support those.
Very, very good. With respect to the U.S. and EU sanctions, it's already been presented to you that there's a possibility of removing those. You indicated that for now you believe the status quo should reign, in part because, I think understandably, I'm sympathetic to this, you indicated you lack sufficient information. You haven't been read in with respect to classified material, correct?
That is correct.
Your nomination was announced on December 13th. You've never served in government before. It's understandable you wouldn't have a security clearance until now, until last evening. You had a security clearance. Would you be willing to receive a classified security brief from our intelligence community this evening, assuming we may go into tomorrow with respect to this hearing, focused intently on Russia?
If all of the papers in place, and I have been cleared, I understand it's on file, I just haven't received any notice yet, but I look forward to having access to the additional information.
So you would be willing?
Yes.
All right. Further, as the nation's chief diplomat, it's really important, as we've seen with this previous administration, that the chief diplomat of the United States speak with a voice that is perceived to be the voice of the President of the United States. There cannot be space between what you are saying, the policies you are putting forward, and those that are embraced by our now President-elect. He has a history of utilizing, to very well-known effect, social media, Twitter in particular. And some of the President-elect's tweets appear to be quickly drafted, not vetted by staff or coordinated with the transition team's senior officials. So this gives pause to me. This gives some concern that in coming months and coming years, you might not be empowered to actually serve as the chief diplomat. You would lack credibility. So how do you finesse this? How would you ensure that the legs are not cut out from underneath you as the nation's chief diplomat? And perhaps you have some ideas on this.
Well, if confirmed, and I am able to serve this President-elect, I don't think I'm going to be telling the boss how he ought to communicate with the American people. That's going to be his choice. But in carrying out and executing and implementing the foreign policy, including traveling abroad, and I understand your point. I'm overseas, and that it would be my expectation that any way the President might choose to communicate through whatever method would be supportive of that policy we both agreed on.
So do you have in mind any contingency plans to?
Yes, I have his cell phone.
Address?
I have his cell phone number.
Okay.
And he's promised me he'll answer.
And he does.
We'll hope for the best there, unless you have anything else to add. In your prepared statement, you write that Russia must know that we will be accountable to our commitments and those of our allies. Article 5 of the North Atlantic Treaty states that an armed attack against one or more member states in Europe or North America shall be considered an attack against them all. Mr. Tillerson, if Putin were to instigate a Crimea-style invasion of a NATO member, let's say Estonia or Latvia or Lithuania, do you believe the U.S. should and would honor its treaty obligation, join our allies in defending our fellow NATO member against external invasion?
The Article 5 commitment is inviolable, and the U.S. is going to stand behind that commitment.
So yes.
If that is the consensus of NATO members that that's the appropriate use of Article 5, then yes.
Okay. I yield back.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. Senator Murphy.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Tillerson, for your willingness to serve. And as a Cub Scout leader who was wearing the uniform last night as I led my wolf den, I thank you for your service to the Boy Scouts and your leadership there as well. A comment and then a few questions. In your testimony, you said that you had not lobbied Congress on the issue of sanctions, and I guess we fleshed out that in your mind, calling a United States senator to express your belief that sanctions would be ineffective is not lobbying. I would argue that's a distinction without a difference. If you are calling a United States senator on the phone to express your belief that sanctions that would affect your company would be ineffective, that likely constitutes lobbying. And in 14 different lobbying reports between 2006 and 2014, Exxon did list lobbying on sanctions as part of its political activity. I have a question, though, on another potential inconsistency. In your testimony and in your private meetings with us, you spent a lot of time, I think, very smartly talking about the importance of consistency and clarity in American policy and your belief that you need to rebuild that. In this light, your response to Senator Rubio on whether you would support mandatory sanctions against specific individuals involved in confirmed, verifiable cyber attacks against the United States is fairly extraordinary. The U.S. is under attack today. We are under attack by Russia, by North Korea, by China through these cyber attacks. And so I guess I'm going to ask you to square how you can have a clear, consistent policy on preventing cyber attacks against the United States when you've said before this committee that you don't support mandatory sanctions against verified individuals who have committed attacks against the United States because there might be complicated, multifaceted relationships with certain countries in which you might want to weigh the attack against the United States with another consideration. How do you deter cyber attacks against the United States if you send a message that you can get away with it with no sanctions against those individuals as long as there are other equities at stake with the United States? Put those two together for me.
Senator, what I was intending to convey is that I need to be fully informed as to what all the options are, and I'm not fully informed as of yet, and it will involve, if confirmed, it will involve interagency discussions, including that within the National Security Council of what are all, and I think I said this, what are all the options to respond? And again, this is a symptom of in the absence of a clear policy and a clear strategy. I fully appreciate this body, and in particular this committee that has these important responsibilities, wanting to take action. What I don't know, because I've not been allowed or not had the sufficient briefings yet, what are the other potential ways to respond to these types of attacks? And if sanctions are the most effective, then that certainly is what I would support. But I do not know, because I've not been briefed, as to what are our proportional capabilities in responding. Are there other options available to us that could prove to be even more effective and get a more immediate change in the behavior of whoever is attacking us? So it's, I hope I didn't convey or didn't intend to convey that kind of a narrow of a response. What I was trying to convey is this is an extraordinarily complicated threat that exists today, and we are being attacked. I don't dispute that statement in any way. But I also believe we have to look at all of the options and all the tools available to us, and sanctions is one of them. It's a powerful tool. And I think, as I said, if in an interagency, a national security type environment, that conversation is existing and the conclusion is made that these sanctions are going to be the best and most appropriate way to act, then I think the executive would like to have the optionality to make that decision, not to the exclusion that there could be better options available, and yet we have to do this as well.
Mr. Tillerson, as you know, the New York Times, Washington Post, CNN, amongst others, are reporting that Russia has a dossier of very damaging and embarrassing information about the President-elect that they have used to influence his views on Russian-American policy. This report is as earth-shattering as it is thinly sourced, but it was deemed credible enough for our intelligence agencies to reportedly read in both the President and the President-elect. I think we all pray that it isn't true, and I certainly understand that you're not in a position to testify to the contents of that report. But let me just ask you some very simple questions. Have you been briefed yet on these allegations and on this report?
I have not.
There's some confusion as to whether the President-elect has been briefed. Can you confirm whether he has been briefed or not?
I don't know.
In this report, there are allegations that there were specific agents of the Trump campaign that communicated between it and Russia. Have you or Exxon had any business dealings, any business relationships with either Paul Manafort or with Carter Page?
Not that I'm aware of.
Could you take that question for the record and get a response to?
Be happy to do that.
The committee. And finally, do you believe that U.S. law enforcement, most notably the FBI, should seek to determine the accuracy of these allegations?
I think that I would leave that to those agencies to determine.
If they chose to conduct an investigation, would the State Department under your leadership cooperate with that investigation?
To the extent there's a role for the State Department in such an investigation.
Thank you, Mr. Tillerson. You've talked a lot in your testimony about the importance of setting red lines and then standing by them when you set them. I want to ask you some questions about it.
The President made his red line statement in the context of a press conference, and so I just want to get your position right here. You believe that statements by American presidents, even those that are made off the cuff, are taken by world leaders as statements of U.S. policy. Is that correct?
In that case, I think the statement was pretty unequivocal.
And so let me give you another unequivocal statement and ask for your thoughts on it. On Twitter, President-elect Trump said that a North Korean ICBM launch was, quote, not going to happen. That sounds about as clear as a red line as I can figure one out. You interpret that to be a red line?
I don't know that I would interpret that to be a red line. I could interpret that to mean a lot of things.
Explain. Elaborate.
It's not going to happen because the President views the North Koreans aren't going to do one. It could be interpreted that way.
You don't think that should be interpreted by the global community as the United States promising to do whatever is necessary not to allow the North Koreans to obtain an ICBM?
I think that's a pretty far extension of that statement to come to that conclusion.
I think many have interpreted it that way, and I think to Senator Young's question, therein lies the challenge. When you conduct foreign policy by 140 characters, it does become a little opaque as to what you mean. I don't think there's as much confusion there, but that will certainly be a challenge that you will have. Finally, I want to drill down a little bit more on this series of questions from Senator Menendez. He was getting at a question about conduct at ExxonMobil that directly contradicted American foreign policy in Iraq when you made a decision to do a deal with the Kurdish government, even when the United States government had requested that you refrain from doing such a deal. In addition, there's testimony now that through subsidiaries or joint partnerships, Exxon did work in places like Iran, Syria, and Sudan. This question is going to sound confrontational, but I mean it sincerely. Was there any country in the world whose record of civil rights was so horrible or whose conduct so directly threatened global security or U.S. national security interests that Exxon wouldn't do business with it? Was there any line while you were at Exxon where you would not do business with a country, given that Iran, Syria, Sudan, and Russia were on the list of those that you would?
The standard that is applied is, first, is it legal? Does it violate any of the laws of the United States to conduct business in a particular country? And then beyond that, it goes to the question of the country itself. Do they honor contract sanctity? Do they have a rule of law? And if they do or don't, are there mitigating actions that can be put in place to protect whatever business activity might be undertaken?
But on that list is not a question of their record of human rights abuses or U.S. national security interests?
That could go to contract sanctity, rule of law, and stability of the country, which is always a judgment as well.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Isaacson.
Thank you, Senator Corker, and thank you for your outstanding opening remarks. I think you cast the hearing exactly in the place it should be. Mr. Tillerson, thank you for accepting this challenge. Thank you for accepting the challenge of sitting before us for a couple of hours and answering a lot of tough questions in a great way. Thank you also for bringing United States Senator Sam Nunn to introduce you. That goes a long way with me, and I think with a lot of people here. Sam served for 24 years in the United States Senate. He chaired the Armed Services Committee. And he and Dick Lugar did the Nunn-Lugar Initiative, which has reduced the exposure of the world to nuclear fissionable material to be used by terrorists around the world, and was a chief advisor to me and a number of other members of the committee on the New START Treaty, and did a great job of helping us to understand what Russian capabilities were and how important it was for us to maintain a strong role on that. So I appreciate you having Sam here. He's a great testimony to you as an individual. You mentioned a number of things. I'm going to take them in order real quickly, trying to ask specific questions. With regard to American leadership being renewed and reasserted, because to lead in the world, we have to renew our leadership, have to reassert our leadership. You've said that. Probably one of the most interesting places in the world right now where we basically are out of the picture is the Middle East with regard to Aleppo or with regard to Syria. Turkey and Iran and Russia are sitting at the table as they divide up what's left of Syria and its assets and what's going to happen in the future, and we're sitting outside. If, as the nominee for being the chief negotiating diplomat for the United States of America, what would you recommend we do to get a seat at that table, and what form of renewed leadership should we exercise to have that leadership respected?
Well, if confirmed, Senator, I think the first step we have to take is to re-engage with our traditional allies and friends in the area and reaffirm that we are back with our leadership, and we're back with a plan of how to affect where events in Syria go from here. We can't do anything about where we are today. I think you described the situation accurately. Russia, Syria, Turkey, and Iran are dictating the terms of how things are going to play out in Syria today, absent our participation. So I think it's a re-engagement with our traditional allies, sharing with them where we believe we have to now go in Syria. We have to re-engage with President Erdogan in Turkey. This is a long-standing NATO ally that, in the absence of American leadership, he got pretty nervous about his situation, and he turned to who was next available. And he turned to an ally in Russia that is not a sustainable ally. And it's making clear to him that is not a sustainable alliance. Your sustainable alliance is with the United States of America. So the first step is that re-engagement and reinforce what had been long-standing commitments by the United States to stability and security in this part of the world. And that includes reestablishing a clear statement of how important Israel is to us and our national security and the role they play in this region of the world for our benefit as well. After that, then we will have a plan that will be developed in concert with the National Security Council as to how we accomplish two things. One, we've got to protect the innocent people on the ground in Syria. People are fleeing areas. How do we secure their protection so they are no longer indiscriminately bombed, put under threat? And if that can happen, then perhaps there can be a stabilization of the outflow of people who are leaving because there is not a safe place to go. Second step, then, as I indicated, is defeat ISIS. We've had two competing priorities in Syria under this administration. Bashar al-Assad must go, and the defeat of ISIS. And the truth of the matter is, carrying both of those out simultaneously is extremely difficult because at times they conflict with one another. The clear priority is to defeat ISIS. We defeat ISIS, we at least create some level of stability in Syria, which then lets us deal with the next priority of what is going to be the exit of Bashar Assad. But importantly, before we decide that is in fact what needs to happen, we have to answer the question, what comes next? What is going to be the governance structure in Syria, and can we have any influence over that or not? So there are a number of steps in a long road of regaining stability in Syria, defeating one of the greatest threats to us, which is ISIS, and then determining what is the fate and future of the Syrian people and Syria as a nation. It's going to take many steps, but it isn't going to start until we get re-engaged in that region.
I'll make a statement. You don't have to concur with it or not, but I think it's implicit that we wouldn't be where we are today had two things, and we had not failed to do two things. One, we failed to enforce the red line when we drew it. Number one was Syria. And I think that's an important thing to understand because we didn't renew and assert our leadership in that position. And secondly, we never changed our ISIL policy from containment to destruction, and because containment allowed them to continue to operate in that area, it made it impossible to get to a position we are today. Would you have any comment on that?
I would agree with both of those reflections.
Are you familiar with the term the Dutch disease?
I am.
I think that's what Senator Kane was referring to. My son wrote his master's thesis at Tulane in the early 1990s on the Dutch disease, so that's the only reason I know anything about it. But it points out the second thing about the State Department that's so important. The Dutch disease is what the Middle East suffers from. They have an infinite source of, well, not infinite, but for all practical purposes, infinite source of wealth in terms of oil and petroleum. They decided not to invest that money in their people and in infrastructure, and instead kind of bought their people off with the money they had and had kingdoms and palaces where they lived. And now we're suffering today because they have no medicine, they have no educational system, they have no infrastructure. USAID, Millennium Challenge Corporation, those entities within the State Department, which are would be under your responsibility, are where we take our soft power to develop countries and friends at the same time. the Peace Corps being another example, that I am a huge supporter of those institutions and have seen those dollars, those soft dollars, invested in helping to build the infrastructure of human life within these countries that don't have it, a tremendous asset for us in the future. Do you share that belief?
I do, Senator, and as I think I commented earlier, USAID has one set of criteria by which the aid is provided.
People do not want Wyoming Secretary of State. Protect Rex Tillerson and honor the earth.
It's great to live in a democracy.
The use of AID is multifaceted in terms of both disaster relief and development. One of the most successful programs I've seen is the Millennial Challenge Corporation, because it has ownership on part of the country. They have to request the grant. They have to take ownership of the implementation. And it is, in many ways, an advancement of their institutional capacity to actually get something done. That's where you would hope we can put all of these countries on a pathway where they can begin to take responsibility and develop the infrastructure and the educational systems and the need to meet the needs of their people. It is a different journey for each of these countries, and the use of the foreign assistance, to the extent we can make USAID development programs more like Millennial Challenge, recognizing different criteria, but it goes to the responsibility of the recipient government and putting some level of criteria where we are promoting the development of their institutional capacity to begin to look back to their people and address their needs. They're powerful tools, and they're powerful because, as I said earlier, they really project the best of American compassion.
I appreciate your answer, because a lot of people have questioned whether or not we ought to have a corporate executive from the private sector be Secretary of State. Soft power, which all of us prefer to hard power if we can use it, depends on the concept of joint venture and the investment of capital and natural resources to bring about the best for people where those resources are. Your knowledge of that joint venture process is going to be invaluable with the State Department as we go through Africa and other developing countries to use Millennium Challenge to bring about a reduction in corruption, an increase in friends, and hopefully better votes in the UN when we need them the most.
It is. I think we certainly should use that as a way to build those connections with developing countries around the world, and countries that hopefully are going to be on the rise and can be important models to others to demonstrate that it is possible to lift yourself out of this condition.
One last quick question, and it's not a catch-22, but I'm a big supporter of trade. I think trade is important. It's a weapon that we have to use, a soft power weapon to have friends and help the United States of America. China, the whole issue of TPP has been an issue. I know the President was questionable on TPP, but not on trade itself. And do you think trade is an important component in intergovernmental relationships between countries and has a role to the State Department?
Having strong economic alliances where there's a certain, I hate to use the word interdependency because some people find that a threatening term, but having those important connections allows us to have these economic ties where we want to maintain good relations with one another. They also provide an enormous opportunity for us to know one another as people. This is just people going about their daily lives, doing their jobs, and having connections with others in other countries that are doing the same. It allows us to project America's values into those countries we're trading with. We have a presence in those countries bringing American standards of conduct, honest dealings, ethical behavior, a structure around honoring our deals. The deal's a deal, we honor it. So economic trade is critical to the success of our foreign policy.
Well, thank you very much for your willingness to serve, and thanks to your wife and family for their willingness to help you, support you in that service. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, sir. Senator Markey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, very much. Mr. Tillerson, during your tenure as CEO of ExxonMobil, the company massively expanded its involvement in Russia, going from virtually no holdings in that country to holding the drilling rights to 63 million acres. That is an area inside of Russia that is the size of Wyoming and almost 5 times the amount of holdings Exxon has here in the United States. As CEO of Exxon, you vocally opposed the Russian sanctions that have been put in place, which hamper Exxon's ability to drill there. Now, in recent weeks, we have learned about the incredibly disturbing extent to which Russia has sought to weaken our nation, from its efforts to undermine the election to yesterday's news that it has compromising personal and financial information about the President-elect. Now, I am sure that I am not alone in saying that I believe that these allegations, if true, demand more and stronger sanctions against Russia. Now, just this morning, Donald Trump said that he thinks that the Russians did hack our American election. So, Mr. Tillerson, in light of what you now know about the extent of Russia's hostile acts against our country, do you support increasing sanctions against Russia, even if doing so hurts ExxonMobil?
Well, Senator, if confirmed in consultation with the President, and I'm sure what will be an interagency decision around imposing additional sanctions on Russia, there will be no space between me and the President of the administration in those decisions. I serve, if confirmed, I serve only the interest of the American people.
Well, again, the question that the American people are going to have is that you have spent 41 years at ExxonMobil, and ExxonMobil controls, for leasing purposes, drilling purposes, oil purposes, an area the size of Wyoming inside of Russia. And you've spent your entire adult life working there. So there's a question that people have in their minds about your ability to be able to separate. You know, if the head of the Sierra Club was named tomorrow to be the new CEO of ExxonMobil, some of the shareholders at ExxonMobil might wonder whether or not the head of Sierra Club could put aside their whole past history in order to be able to advance that shareholder interest. Well, the shareholders of the United States, the people who are watching this hearing, are wondering the same thing about this issue with regard to your past history, and not just the vast interest which ExxonMobil has in Russia, but in dozens of other countries across the world. Now, earlier you said that you would recuse yourself from issues involving ExxonMobil as required by statute. But that statute, that statutory recusal period, is only for 1 year. You could be Secretary of State for 4 years or for 8 years. You, in my opinion, are going to have many, many issues after that 1 year period is up that relates to the economic interest of ExxonMobil. So I ask you, sir, if you would be willing to recuse yourself for the duration of your time as Secretary of State from any manner dealing with ExxonMobil's economic interests, so that the American people are sure that the only interest that you are serving is the interest of the American people.
Senator, as I indicated earlier, I will honor, obviously, the statutory recusal period, and then after that, any matter that might involve ExxonMobil or has the appearance that it could lead to some type of conflict, I will seek the guidance of the Ethics Council, a review by them, and if it is the view that it would be proper for me to recuse, I'll honor that.
Well, again, 1 year is a very brief period of time, given the vast economic interests of ExxonMobil in Nigeria, in Iraq, in Russia, in country after country around the world. I think, Mr. Tillerson, it would be far better for you just to say that for the duration of your time as Secretary, that you will not allow for your own personal involvement to be a part of any decision about anything that affects ExxonMobil anywhere in the world. I think the American people would feel much more comforted if you would, in fact, make that commitment to them. Now, during your tenure as CEO, Exxon has supported public policy groups who have spread climate denial. Senator Kaine dealt with that issue, and also opposed clean energy, including, for example, financial support in 2015 for the American Legislative Exchange Council and the Manhattan Institute, two groups which are climate deniers. In 2016, when the Attorney General of Massachusetts asked Exxon for information on the company's climate activities under Massachusetts consumer and financial protection laws, Exxon sued the state of Massachusetts, the Attorney General of Massachusetts, and other public policy groups that have been critical of Exxon. So we have evidence in the past of Exxon, during the time you have been there, supporting groups opposing climate action and also trying to silence groups that have been critical of Exxon. So give the American people, given your personal history at ExxonMobil and the actions of that company, some reason to have confidence that the climate agreement negotiated by Secretary Kerry and President Obama will be something that the Trump administration State Department will honor, and that U.S. leadership will continue on the issue of climate change around the planet. We are not just any country. We cannot be a laggard. We must be the leader. The world expects us to be the leader on climate change. Please give us those assurances that you will guarantee that the State Department will be the leader, as it has been, in advancing a climate agenda for our country.
Well, if confirmed, Senator, I'm sure that there will be opportunity, and I know the President-elect will want the opportunity to do a fulsome review of our policies around engagement on climate issues through global accords, global agreements. And as I indicated, I feel free to express my views to him around those. I also know that the President, as part of his priority in campaigning, was America First. And so there is important considerations as we commit to such accords, and as those accords are executed over time, are there any elements of that that put America at a disadvantage?
Do you believe that it should be a priority of the United States to work with other countries in the world to find climate change solutions to that problem?
I think it's important for America to remain engaged in those discussions so that we are at the table expressing a view and understanding what the impacts may be on the American people and American competitiveness.
Do you commit to ensure that no employee of the State Department is influenced to take action because it would be favorable to business interests associated with the President-elect or his family?
If I understood the question, yes.
All right. The President-elect said famously in a tweet, wouldn't you rather have, in a certain sense, have Japan with nuclear weapons when North Korea has nuclear weapons? And the President-elect has also said that he would be open to South Korea and Saudi Arabia acquiring nuclear weapons. Senator Nunn, who introduced you, has previously described these comments as dangerously off base and stated that Mr. Trump's suggestion would make American families less safe. Do you disagree with the President-elect that it wouldn't be a bad thing for us if Japan and South Korea and Saudi Arabia acquired nuclear weapons?
I think succinctly, if you will.
I think the priority has to be to deny North Korea the ability to deploy its nuclear weapons.
What about Saudi Arabia and South Korea?
Senator Paul, please.
Mr. Tillerson, congratulations on your nomination. They say that those who refuse to learn the lessons of history are doomed to repeat the mistakes of the past. The President-elect has said that the Iraq War was a big, fat mistake. He's said this many, many, many times. I was wondering if you agree with the statement, and if you do agree with the statement, how it will inform your judgment as to the future of the Middle East and the other conflicts that we are engaged or possibly engaged in the Middle East.
Senator, I alluded to the Iraq War in my opening comments when I indicated that actions over the past decades, while well-intended, had unintended consequences that in the end did not achieve the stability that we sought or the national security. And I think in that regard, the decision to go into Iraq and change the leadership in Iraq upon reflection was perhaps did not achieve those objectives. We do not have a more stable region in the world, and our national security has not been enhanced or is still certainly under threat today.
I think that's an important point that we talk about whether our national security was enhanced. And I think sometimes it gets lost in the emotions of these are terrible, evil people, X, whichever country we're talking about, and we have to do something about it. And in reality, we maybe forget that really what we're trying to do is to be protecting our vital national interest. Another statement that President-elect Trump has made is that the U.S. should stop racing to topple foreign regimes that we know nothing about, that we shouldn't be involved with. This is kind of interrelated to the last question, but I think is also important in the sense that there are some within the foreign policy community who say, oh, we must go in and topple the regime in Iran. It'll be a cakewalk. It'll be, they'll welcome us with open arms. But one of the interesting things you find is you meet Iranian Americans, many of whom lost all of their land, all of their wealth, and you ask them about Iran, and you say, would it be a good idea to militarily, invade Iran? And they say completely the opposite, that much of Iran is younger, much of Iran is pro-Western, and that with the first bomb that is dropped, you'll reverse, a lot of goodwill that is potentially there when Iran does finally change its regime on its own. But I think it's important because we do, and nobody wants Iran to have nuclear weapons. Nobody wants Iran to be an aggressor in the region. And at the same time, I think it is important that we look at the lessons of the Iraq War. The Iraq War actually emboldened Iran, made Iran stronger. And so the questions are, same thing with Libya. We toppled the regime in Libya. But I guess the question is with regard to Iran, those who are advocating, that it'll be a cakewalk, that we should have military regime change, what do you think of that advocacy, and what do you think of, I guess, the Donald Trump statements with regard to regime change?
Well, I think you've described it in many ways, and the same way I would see it is that what is in the best interest of our national security? And I think this is where these priorities sometimes come into conflict of our values and the projection of our American values and our desire and out of our compassion for the mistreatment of people, the violation of human rights, oppressive regimes. We want those people to have what we have. But balancing that against our national security interest, and what's most important is that we protect the American people first. And this is where sometimes I think our priorities, we have too many priorities, and therefore we lose sight of what is the most important. Any decision to affect a change of leadership in a country by force cannot be taken lightly. And I think the question that one has to answer is that I've posed a couple of times: what comes next? And in the case of Libya, I think that was the failing in the decision to change the regime there. No one had a clear plan or view of what would come next. That's what we're experiencing and have experienced somewhat in Iraq. And it is the question in Syria when people talk about changing the leadership there. What comes next? Certainly, making a decision to use force is a serious, serious decision because we know it will come at a cost of precious American lives. So I think that is important, and if confirmed as Secretary of State, my job is to make sure we never get there. My job is to chart out other pathways by which we can have a steady progress towards causing regimes who oppress their people to change their behavior and use all the other tools available to us. Having said that, I do think that we have to be clear-eyed about the threat Iran poses today and ensure that we have taken all steps appropriate through all mechanisms available to contain that threat. and to limit their ability to grow that threat. And in particular, not just on the nuclear, acquiring a nuclear weapon, but more importantly, their widespread support of terrorism around the world. We have to disrupt that.
Thank you. With regard to foreign aid, there's been a lot of love for foreign aid going around today, but I think there's another side that we ought to think about. There are many, many, many reports talking about corruption within foreign aid, that we give it to developing countries and 70% of it's stolen off the top. The Mubarak family in Egypt, everybody, loved the Mubaraks. They were pro-Western, pro-American, and yet they're said to be worth about $15 billion. I don't think they've ever created anything other than they skim a little bit off the top of everything that comes into the country. We've given them $60 billion, and they're worth $10 or $15 billion. I believe it was the Equatorial Guinea that had one of their sons stopped in Paris a few years ago, loading about 10 different cars onto an airplane that were all worth, $200,000, $300,000 cars. So there's a lot of corruption. Now, some of the things that have been mentioned are more directed towards either third-party charities or private entities. I would argue that these are a lot less bad, but I would argue that we can't blithely just look at foreign aid and say, oh, it's all great and it's all going to a good cause. Sometimes it actually works in the opposite way, and I'll give you an example. In Egypt, we gave so much, and the Mubaraks took so much of this money, but some of it they actually spent because we have provisions. They have to buy stuff from us with the money. It's sort of this creation of economic business kind of game that we do. But one of the things that they bought from us was tear gas. And so when they had these big democratic protests in Cairo, they were being doused with tear gas from the U.S., and they would pick the canisters up on the street. And I would argue that that soft power isn't maybe giving a warm, soft, fuzzy feeling for America, that in supporting many people who really are not pro-human rights or pro-American interests, that actually sometimes the foreign aid backfires on us because they resist those leaders who are using undemocratic and forceful authoritarian means on their own people, that it backfires. But I would appreciate your comments on whether or not you see any kind of difficulty or problems with corruption within foreign aid or things that need to be reformed.
Senator, I'm very aware of, and even in my prior work, I have seen the examples of what you described, where even in disaster relief cases where foreign assistance is flown in, food supplies, and while they're literally being unloaded at the airport, military forces are picking them up and taking them away to be sold. So it is all the challenge. The challenge is never in the intent and our compassion and what the need we're trying to address. The challenge is always in the execution, and I do think that it is important that we have as well-developed execution plans if we're going to deliver aid into a country where we know this is a risk. What can we do in the execution of the delivery of that aid? If it's a disaster relief, are there other agencies we can partner with to limit that type of theft going on? In terms of development assistance, to the extent we do not give grants directly to governments, but whether we give them to particular projects or perhaps partnering agencies or public-private sector initiatives which are executed by credible NGOs, so that the money just never passes through the hands, that's the preferred mechanisms, I think.
And then one final point I would make, and you don't necessarily need to comment on this, is that it's not only corruption, but it's unintended consequences. As a business person, you'll immediately recognize this, and I think even right and left actually agree on some of this. If you dump Haiti with rice for 10 years, you ruin the ability of them to have their own rice market and to grow their own rice. If you want to give them rice during the middle of a famine, that's one thing. But you have to be very careful about having a big heart, small brain syndrome that we ruin their local economies sometimes with aid as well. But I appreciate you thinking about corruption and then also thinking about unintended consequences of our aid. Thank you.
Thank you. Before turning to Senator Merkley, I think you've made great contributions as it relates to foreign aid, and I think that there is support for the 1% that we spend to try to use it in appropriate ways for soft power. I think, and I've shared this with the Trump incoming transition group, we're still, much of our aid is the Cold War model, where we're buying influence. And so much of it needs to be, all of it actually, transformed into something that has appropriate efficacy. What we're doing right now with food aid is beyond belief, and I could rant about this for another 20 minutes. It's beyond belief. But efforts like we have to end modern slavery, where partnerships are created, where you're building on best practices, some of the things we're doing with water, some of the things we're doing with electricity, I think they're set up on the right principles. But I appreciate the comments. I appreciate, hopefully, all of you looking at foreign aid, because there is much waste, there is corruption. We could deliver it in a much better way. Senator Merkley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and it's a pleasure to join the committee. Mr. Tillerson, during his campaign, the President-elect talked a lot about what he saw as major mistakes with NAFTA and with giving China full access to our market in terms of its impact on American manufacturing. He was very critical of the TPP. Do you share his vision that NAFTA and WTO, China access, and the TPP are big mistakes in terms of creating living wage American jobs?
Senator, my understanding of the issue that the President-elect has with those trade agreements is, in the case of NAFTA, it's an agreement that's been in place for decades now, and I think even President Peña Nieto of Mexico has indicated that, yes, perhaps it needs a relook, that we're in a different era now, both in terms of the type of trade and technology, but also the global trading environment has changed since that agreement.
And do you share his opposition to the TPP?
I do not oppose TPP. I share some of his views regarding whether the agreement that was negotiated serves all of America's interest best.
Thank you. Exxon has a partnership with Shell, a company known as Infinium, that did a fair number of transactions with Iran, bypassing U.S. sanctions. Are you familiar with the use of this subsidiary to bypass U.S. sanctions, and do you think it was the right thing to do?
I don't recall the incident. I've read about it, but I don't recall it specifically.
So the SEC directly contacted Exxon while you were in the senior leadership, saying this seems fairly material for investors, an effort to bypass U.S. sanctions, and asked why Exxon didn't disclose it. Do you have any memory of that or discussions of whether Exxon should have disclosed these transactions?
Senator, I think the question would be best placed to ExxonMobil, where the information would reside.
Oh, no, sir. You were there. I'm asking if you had discussions about this or have a memory of it.
I do not.
If you were Secretary of State and you were working to enforce U.S. sanctions and another CEO had a subsidiary set up and utilized to bypass American sanctions, would you call up that CEO or weigh in and say, this is not a good idea, this undermines U.S. efforts to take on a serious terrorist threat or other malfeasance by some country of the world?
I think if the actions that are being taken violate the sanctions, then there are proper authorities that would examine that and deal with it.
It's not an issue of the technicality of violating this. The operation subsidiary was set up in Europe specifically that Exxon set up so it could legally bypass U.S. sanctions, but it was certainly inconsistent with the goal of U.S. policy to pressure Iran. And if you were the leader of you were Secretary of State, would you try to make sure that U.S. leadership and the effectiveness of using sanctions was not undermined through the setup of foreign subsidiaries?
I would certainly be open to having folks in the State Department contact companies and just inquire as to whether they're aware of the actions that they're taking and the State Department's view of that.
Well, to be aware of something is different than to be concerned or to be upset by it. Would you consider you would uphold the integrity of the U.S. goal of diminishing the ability of nations like Iran to do a whole host of things destructive to U.S. interests?
I understand, Senator, but I also think it's important that the State Department, as with any agency, also respects the laws that have been put in place. And there's a difference between expressing a concern and suggesting someone's breaking the law.
Yes. Yes. So as you look back on the subsidiary, It doesn't upset you that Exxon took this role to undermine U.S. sanctions, and that you would not express concern if another company legally set up a foreign subsidiary to undermine U.S. sanctions?
As I said, I don't recall the circumstances.
Well, I'm not asking you to recall the circumstance. I'm asking your answer is that you don't consider that a problem. It sounds like you're not considering that to be an issue.
I don't know the example, so I don't know how to answer the question.
Okay, that's all. Well, thank you. Let's turn to lobbying in Ukraine. You said earlier in this hearing, I've never personally lobbied against sanctions. To my knowledge, Exxon never lobbied against sanctions. And yet there's a whole host of material in the public sector about Exxon lobbying on these sanctions. There's a whole host of these lobbying reports in which Exxon reports under the law that they lobbied on these bills that imposed sanctions. There's your report at the 2014 meeting, and I quote, "We do not support sanctions generally." And you continued, "So we always encourage the people who are making those decisions to consider the very broad collateral damage of who are they really harming." And I'd like to enter these articles into the record if I could. And its article is titled from the New York Times, "Rex Tillerson's company Exxon has billions at stake over sanctions on Russia." Political article lays out ExxonMobil helped defeat Russia sanctions bill and notes how ExxonMobil successfully lobbied against a bill that would make it harder for the next president to lift sanctions against Russia. Another article lays out Tillerson visited the White House often over the Russian sanctions. So there's a host of material showing a widespread pattern of weighing in against these sanctions that were harming Exxon interests' activities in Russia, which was a major area of your effort. Do you still maintain that Exxon did not lobby against these sanctions?
ExxonMobil did not lobby against the sanctions, but were engaged in how the sanctions would be constructed. As to the reports of my visits to the White House, my visits were to work through the process of ExxonMobil's compliance with the sanctions. I described earlier the situation where, when the sanctions were enacted, there were drilling activities that involved considerable risk that were underway, for which ExxonMobil sought a special license from OFAC in order to complete those in full compliance with the sanctions. Had we been denied the license, we would have had to pull people out, or ExxonMobil would have had to pull people out at that time.
And is that the only instance in which you weighed in?
And all of the other meetings I'm sorry.
Yeah. What, 20 meetings going to the White House, that's the only issue you weighed in on Exxon's sanctions?
I don't recall 20 meetings, but the visits to the White House, because under the terms of the compliance with the sanctions, the first action was to seek the license to allow us to deal with the imminent risk of the drilling situation. Following that, OFAC required ExxonMobil to file reports on a periodic basis around our ongoing compliance activities. ExxonMobil has holdings in Russia, offshore Sakhalin Island, that are not subject to the sanctions. In partnership with Rosneft, which does contain individuals who are subject to the sanctions.
I'm going to summarize that these reports you consider to be incorrect.
They are inaccurate.
Okay, thank you. I'll continue. There are 3 individuals who were involved in the Trump campaign, Paul Manafort, Michael Cohen, and Carter Page, who public reports have been involved in dialogue with Russia with the goal of finding a common strategy, with Russia believing that Trump would be better on Syria and Ukraine policy, and Trump believing that Russia could help defeat Hillary Clinton. Now, these reports have not been substantiated. I'm sure much more will come on them. But in theory, how do you feel about a U.S. candidate turning to a foreign country to essentially find another partner in defeating another opponent in a U.S. presidential election?
That would not comport with our democratic process.
Thank you. I'm sure we're going to have a lot of discussion of this because the extent of the false news stories, the hacking, the cyber warfare, the use of botnets to amplify false news stories, the hiring of trolls, all of which really attack the fundamentals of our democracy. And the reports have it that Russia not only wanted to weigh in the election, but they also wanted to undermine U.S. confidence, the citizens' confidence in our electoral process and in our democratic values. So that's a real concern to the future of our state. And I assume it's a concern that you might share as well.
Yes, sir. It's a concern I share. I also noted in the publicly available report that I read that the interagency report also acknowledged that these types of activities were carried out during the Cold War as well. The tools of sophistication have only advanced with the advent of cyber.
Yes, many of these tools were internet-based, electronic cyber warfare that was much different in that setting. When we come back in our next round, because I'm a few seconds left, I'd like to ask a few questions about Exxon's involvement in Equatorial Guinea. My colleague mentioned it on the other side, and I think that would be of interest. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Brasso.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Congratulations on your nomination. I wanted to go to your opening statement and try to talk about a couple things that we haven't really gotten into yet. And one of the statements that you made had to do with defeating ISIS. And as you said, defeating ISIS must be our foremost priority in the Middle East. You go on to say, but defeat will not occur on the battlefield alone. We must win the war of ideas. And if I could just engage you a little bit to talk about how we can use diplomatic efforts and other ways to target and actually undermine the ISIS ideology and its legitimacy, and how can we do that and improve U.S.-led coordination in the region with our allies?
Well, the defeat of ISIS globally is extremely challenging because it does not represent a country that we can apply traditional approaches to. The defeat of ISIS as an ideology, in other words, other than the battlefield, is going to require advanced capabilities in our own communication tools in terms of disrupting their communication to develop their network, more importantly to further their ideology. This means getting into the Internet airspace and putting forth different ideas and disrupting their delivery of ideas to people who are persuaded to join them. The defeat of ISIS in the Middle East removes their caliphate territory, which then undermines their legitimacy. That in itself will not defeat ISIS once and for all. It will simply morph to its next version. And we see that already as terrorist organizations existing in other parts of the world have decided to identify themselves with ISIS just because of the strength of their brand, quite frankly. So I think it's going to require a comprehensive interagency effort informed by intelligence, informed by the Defense Department and other agencies as to how can we disrupt the delivery of this ideology. Why the ideology takes hold in a particular location, again, there's not a country that identifies itself as ISIS. That's why taking away the caliphate is so important.
Yeah, it even looks like they're trying to extend into Afghanistan. I was there at Thanksgiving and near Jalalabad and near the Afghan-Pakistan border. It seems like they're trying to establish a caliphate in that area as well. So the cancer has spread. So I appreciate those thoughts. In your opening statement, you just talked about, and even those that introduced you talked about the fact that the U.S. is not as strong and respected as it had been previously, and that we need a foreign policy aimed at securing our national interests, demonstrating our leadership. From a standpoint of credibility, you and I talked about having the capacity to do something, having a commitment to use that capacity, and communicating that commitment about the capacity. Could you share with us a little bit about what you intend to do in terms of restoring America's position in the world?
Well, as I indicated also in the opening statement, we are dealing from a position of strength, and so the only reason we're not perceived to be there with our strength is because we're not asserting that strength in these issues. So it does begin with re-engaging with friends and allies, reconnecting with them that our commitment is to the stability of the region, that if there are existing commitments and agreements in place, that we fully intend to fulfill those, and then developing a strategy in the region to deal with the most imminent threat. It means projecting the strength of our U.S. military might, but hopefully not having to use it in terms of trying to persuade countries to change their course of action. But in the case of the most immediate threat of ISIS, it involves, can we construct a renewed coalition that, using the forces that are already there, including the Syrian Kurds, which have been our greatest allies, that we recommit to the Syrian Kurds that we intend to continue to support you with the capability to continue the advance on Raqqa, and then build coalition forces that can contain ISIS if it attempts to move into the other parts of the country and eliminate them from Syria to begin. I think the effort in Iraq is progressing. Hopefully it will progress to a successful conclusion as well in terms of removing the caliphate from ISIS.
Staying in the Middle East in terms of the relationship between Israel and the Palestinians, I've always felt, as has been the position of the country, that direct negotiation between the parties without interference from outsiders was the key. The Obama administration recently abandoned Israel, the one-sided resolution at the Security Council of the United Nations by abstaining from
You're watching Rex Tillerson's confirmation hearing live as senators consider him for Secretary of State. Newsy Live will return you to the feed of the hearing in 2 minutes. President-elect Donald Trump nominated the former CEO of ExxonMobil as the nation's top diplomat last month. Tillerson's extensive business history with Russia, paired with the intelligence community's report that Russia interfered with the 2016 election, means this may be Trump's most scrutinized nomination. We'll be back soon.
Israel, and in many ways undermining the government of Israel itself in terms of its own legitimacy in the talks. I think in the Trump administration, the President-elect has already made it clear, and if I'm confirmed, I agree entirely with support. We have to recommit. This is in these statements I keep making about renewing and committing that we're going to meet our obligations to Israel as our most important strategic partner in the region.
Staying with the United Nations, you talked about the international agreements. Specifically, you were asked about the climate agreements. The international climate change funding is a part of that. The Obama administration has unilaterally pledged $3 billion to the UN Green Climate Fund. The administration has requested $1.3 billion for global climate change initiatives in this year's President's budget for fiscal year 2017. You mentioned Donald Trump campaigning on America First. Will you commit to ensuring that no funding will go to the UN Green Climate Fund?
In consultation with the President, my expectation is that we're going to look at all of these things from a bottom up in terms of funds we've committed towards this effort.
As Senator Isaacson asked about and talked about the value of using soft power, and it just seems there's so many opportunities, whether it's humanitarian assistance, democracy promotion, embassy security measures that are necessary, and countering global terrorist threats, where money could possibly be better spent than on these efforts. So I appreciate your effort to look into that. Senator Corker earlier talked about some of the wonderful things that have been done around the world because of U.S. involvement in soft power. Part of that is helping to power energy in a number of communities around the world. Many of us have been to Africa to see what happens in a community where there is energy available that hadn't been previously in terms of helping as a tool for those countries so people can get better education opportunities, health, well-being. We have had a situation where some of the programs in place have not really supported all of the above energy. And we've seen where the World Bank has blocked funding for coal-fired power plants, which would help bring light and other opportunities to a number of countries in Africa. And I wonder if you could comment on the need to use all of the sources of energy to help people who are living in poverty and without power.
Well, I think, and I know you touched on it, but nothing lifts people out of poverty quicker than electricity. That's just a fact. You give people light, you give them the ability to refrigerate food, medicine. It changes their entire quality of life. They no longer cook on animal dung and wood cooking in their homes, so health issues, their health improves. I think it's very important that we use wisely the American people's dollars as we support these programs, and that means whatever is the most efficient, effective way to deliver electricity to these areas that don't have it, that should be the choice, and that is the wisest use of American dollars.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Just to give state of play, we're running slightly behind. We're going to go ahead and finish up with Senator Coons and Senator Portman. Senator Risch and Senator Booker are not here. We'll take a 45-minute recess when these two gentlemen finish their time. Each of them will have 10 minutes when they get back to start, and then we'll resume again in the same order, starting with Senator Cardin, and we'll do 7-minute rounds when we get back. So it looks like we'll recess about 1:30 and come back at 2:15. And with that, Senator Coons.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Tillerson, good afternoon. And to Renda, to your whole family, welcome, and thank you for your willingness to serve this country in this important post. And I appreciate the frank conversation we had in my office last week. And I just want the American people to hear some of the answers you gave me on, I think, some pressing and relevant questions around your nomination and your views on the world, but in a focused way and on the record. Many of my colleagues have already asked about how you will handle the transition from CEO of the world's leading energy company, oil company, to Secretary of State, advocating for human rights and open press and democracy. I've been encouraged to hear you say that we will stand by our NATO allies, that you would not support accepting the annexation of Crimea by Russia, and that you see Russia as currently an adversary and possibly an enemy. And I want to focus in on how you see Putin's leadership and Russia's role. You said previously that the Russians are strategic thinkers, and they have a plan. They have a plan to restore their role in the world order. My core concern is that their plan is actually to change the world order, and that they have used a wide range of tools, and we have not successfully pushed back on their campaign. I led a bipartisan delegation to Eastern Europe in August and was struck at the number of times in several countries we were briefed on a continuous campaign to divide Europe and the United States, to undermine our NATO alliance, and to divide Europe from within. And that Russia has used all the tools of state power, both overt and covert, to wage an aggressive propaganda campaign. Back in the 90s, after the fall of the Soviet Union, we used effectively Radio Free Europe and the National Endowment for Democracy. We were engaged in a full-on fight for democracy in the former Warsaw Pact countries and former Soviet republics. I think we should be using all of our tools to push back on this Russian aggression. Do you see RT as a Russian propaganda outlet, and how would you use and lead the resources of the State Department to counter Russian propaganda and to push back on this effort to change the rules of the world order?
Well, as you point out, utilizing the opportunity to communicate to the people of Russia, through mechanisms that were successful in the past, Radio Free Europe, and utilizing those type of sources, as well as providing information on the Internet to the extent people can access Internet, so that they have availability to the facts as they exist, to the alternative reporting of events that are presented through the largely controlled media outlets inside of Moscow. That is an important way in which to at least begin to inform the Russian people as to what the realities are in the world. And it is an important tool that should be utilized.
It is the intelligence community's assessment that the Kremlin has a long-standing plan to undermine the global democratic order that we spent so much time and effort building in the decades since the Second World War. Will you rely on, and will you encourage the President-elect to rely on the career professionals in the intelligence community in your role as Secretary of State, if confirmed?
Senator, I have enormous respect for the intelligence agencies and the vital role that they play. So I will certainly be informed by their findings. And I think in terms of then understanding that as they apply to the facts on the ground, it's important in guiding our future policies and guiding our future options for how to respond.
I know this press conference has happened while you've been here in this confirmation hearing, but just an hour or so ago, the President-elect finally publicly said that he thinks it is most likely true that Russia was behind a hacking effort, and he gave no more specific response to the question, what should we do about it, other than we will work something out. Many of us are concerned about the lack of a clear embrace of a congressional role and a clear embrace of congressional-led sanctions. There is a bipartisan bill that will move forward to enact sanctions so that it's not just the action of one outgoing president. You've given some constructive answers previously about your view on sanctions and your view that if done in a solid and sustainable way, they can be a constructive tool of foreign policy. Please reassure me that you would welcome working closely with Congress on enacting sanctions against Russia in response to their war crimes in Syria, their invasion of Crimea and its occupation, and their attack on our democracy.
If confirmed, Senator, I look forward to engaging with this entire committee, particularly on the construct of new sanctions. And I think, as I've indicated in response to other questions, what I would hope is that the executive branch, and in my role at the State Department, if confirmed, would be the latitude to use those sanctions in efforts to cause modifications in Russia's positions. If they're already in place and mandatory, then that may remove some opportunities for us to explore ways in which we can use them as a tool and give the Russian government the option of moving because of the threat of those.
Well, I will say, if I could, Mr. Tillerson, that I was a member of this committee when the current Secretary of State came and asked us not to strengthen sanctions against Iran, to give the executive branch the freedom to operate, and I think by a vote of 99-0, the Senate went ahead with bipartisan sanctions. Senator Menendez pressed you about this earlier. I do think that we should work in concert and in consultation, but there are some tools that Congress sometimes chooses to move forward with, and it's my hope we could strengthen sanctions to show our determination to contain Putin's aggression and to push back on his adversarial actions. Let me move to another topic, if I could. Do you think it advances America's interests to have the Russian military supporting Assad, coordinating with Iran, and engaging in combat actions in Syria against the moderate opposition and against folks who we've relied on as allies in the fight against ISIS?
As I indicated in my opening remarks, that is contrary to American interest.
How do you think we can strengthen our hand against Iran, given their destabilizing regional actions? And in your view, as you reconsider the nuclear agreement with Iran, if we withdraw from the agreement unilaterally, how will we sustain the current level of visibility we have into Iran's nuclear program, and how would that make us safer or stronger?
With respect to the recent agreement to limit Iran's ability to advance or make progress towards development of a nuclear weapon, if confirmed, my recommendations, and I think this is consistent with what the President-elect is now, is to do a full review of that agreement as well as any number of side agreements that I understand are part of that agreement. Examine whether Iran and our ability to verify whether Iran is meeting its obligations under the agreement, and ensure that we are enforcing all the mechanisms available that hold them to that agreement. No one disagrees with the ultimate objective that Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. The current agreement does freeze their ability to progress, but it does not ultimately deny them the ability to have a nuclear weapon. My understanding is the current agreement, for instance, does not deny them the ability to purchase a nuclear weapon. It just denies them the ability to develop one. So I think there are additional areas that have to be considered, and most importantly, if we choose to use this agreement as a way to provide an opportunity to discuss what comes next, because the real important question is what comes at the end of this agreement. And what comes at the end of this agreement must be a mechanism that does in fact deny Iran the ability to develop a nuclear weapon, and that means no uranium enrichment in Iran, no nuclear material stored in Iran. And the other side of that is, what does Iran get? Would be through working with partners, would be to provide Iran the access and the means to peaceful uses of nuclear materials, nuclear power, medical applications and industrial applications, but that would be done under a very controlled process, working with other partners to do that. Whether Iran is prepared to chart a pathway that looks like that we'll only know once we engage in discussions.
Well, many members of this committee look forward to working with you to make sure that we are restraining Iran's nuclear ambitions effectively, fiercely, and that we are implementing what we get out of that current agreement and reviewing it closely going forward. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, and I appreciate your observation that every administration is anxious to work with Congress until such a time it in any way inhibits their ability to do whatever they wish. So thank you for that. Senator Portman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Mr. Tillerson, it's been a long morning and now going into a long afternoon, and I think I'm the one person between you and a break. So I'll try to be as quick as I can. And look, I appreciate your willingness to step forward and serve your country, and I know it's not without some sacrifice, but also an incredible opportunity. We talked a little in my office, and I appreciate your meeting with me about restoring America's role in the world. And just listening today to your testimony back and forth, I think there is a consensus building in this country that we do need to do some things immediately to put America back in a position of being trusted and respected by our allies and our adversaries. I like to look at it more that we're not looking to be the world's policeman, but to put it in Texas terms, more like the sheriff who gets the posse together. And on the eastern border of Ukraine and in Crimea, that would be NATO. And although Ukraine not a member of NATO, that region relies on it. And those countries need leadership. And with regard to Syria, I think it's the Kurds, it's the Sunni countries in the neighborhood, and so it's the posse. And in the South China Sea, where China has been increasingly aggressive, I think it's the Pacific Rim countries who, as you know, are very nervous. But they're looking for leadership, and that security umbrella we've provided since World War II has kept the peace. So I hope that's consistent with what you have told me in private and what you're saying here publicly today. And I think there's an opportunity as well as a sacrifice related to your service. As we talked about in our meeting, a number of my constituents in my home state of Ohio have family ties to Eastern Central Europe, including Ukraine, very interested in those issues. As a result, I've gotten much more deeply involved in those issues over the last several years, including traveling to that region. And my questions are going to focus a lot on that. First on NATO, just to be clear, because I know there was a discussion about NATO earlier, and particularly Article 5, which reads an armed attack against one or more member shall be considered an attack against them all. Can you just clarify that you believe Article 5 creates a binding obligation to assist any member of the alliance who's a victim of aggression, regardless of their size or geographic location?
Yes, sir, I do.
And as Secretary of State, would you ever threaten to break the U.S. commitment to Article 5 as a means of pressuring allies to spend more on defense?
I would not recommend that, no, sir.
Okay. Understanding that I think all of us around this dais would like to see our partners step up and do more in terms of their defense budget. Since 2014, of course, Ukraine has struggled to defend its sovereignty and its territorial integrity against this Russian aggression. It's been discussed here a lot today. One point that has not been discussed in the way I think it ought to be is the fact that back in 1994, the United States, Britain, Russia, and Ukraine signed an agreement, the Budapest Memorandum, which said that when Ukraine regained its independence following the collapse, having possessed at that time the world's third largest nuclear arsenal, that in exchange for giving up that nuclear arsenal, that we would assure Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity. I think that's very important because it's a signal. You know, we talked earlier about Sam Nunn and his good work on nuclear nonproliferation. What kind of signal does that send? Clearly, that agreement has been violated by Russia. And the question is, you know, whether we're going to keep to that agreement as well, in my view. So a couple questions. One, in your written statement, you talk about the taking of Crimea. We've talked a little about that. Just to clarify, do you regard the Russian annexation of Crimea as an illegal occupation and annexation in direct violation of Ukrainian sovereignty?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Do you pledge that the United States would never recognize that annexation of Crimea if you serve as Secretary of State, similar to the way the United States never recognized the Soviet occupation of the Baltic states?
The only way that that could ever happen is if there were some broader agreement that was satisfactory to the Ukrainian people. So absent that, no, we would never recognize
Never
that.
recognize. Okay. I think that's fair. If the President-elect were to ask you for your advice as Secretary of State on whether he should maintain sanctions against Russia for its actions in Ukraine and Eastern and in Crimea until Russia ceased its aggression and fulfilled its obligation under the Minsk agreements, what would you tell him?
As I indicated in answer to a question earlier, I would recommend maintaining the status quo until we are able to engage with Russia and understand better what their intentions are.
Does that mean keeping the sanctions in place?
Yes, sir.
As Russia continues arming, training, organizing, and fighting alongside the separatists in eastern Ukraine, do you support providing defensive lethal assistance so Ukrainians can defend themselves?
I think it's important that we support the Ukrainians in all ways to protect themselves from any further expansion or aggression. I'm hopeful that ceasefires will hold, but in the absence of that, then I think it's important for us to support them in their ability to defend themselves.
So you would provide them with defensive lethal weapons to be able to defend themselves?
That would come in consultation through the National Security Council and certainly would require the input of others, but I would support that.
This United States Senate's on record supporting that. The administration has chosen not to do that. They've used their national security waiver, as my chairman talked about earlier. I think this is significant, and I heard you say that earlier today, and I think this is a big change in terms of U.S. policy that's positive and will get Russia to the table, in my view. We've talked a lot about the terrorist threat here today, and obviously that's a growing threat that we need to address in a much more aggressive way. I believe there's another growing threat to our national security and to the stability of our allies around the world, democratic allies in particular. It's not a kinetic or a military threat. It's propaganda. It's disinformation. Russia, China in particular, but also other countries are more and more pursuing these extensive disinformation and propaganda campaigns against the United States and other democracies. And by the way, this happened well before our most recent presidential election. And the information we have today about what might have happened here in this country, I think is part of a broader effort that we ought to be more focused on, which is this effort of disinformation, and not just by Russia. When I've been to Ukraine and the Baltic countries, members of NATO, by the way, I've been struck by the conversations I've had with their leadership. This is at the top of their mind, top of their list. They feel like they're under assault every day. They feel like they are sovereign, democratically elected governments that are being attacked through this disinformation and propaganda campaigns. I've also been struck by recent public comments by officials in Germany, in the UK, and over time, comments by our friends in Japan, Taiwan, and other places about these kinds of operations and the meddling in their democracies. As you know, these operations blend a range of tools and methods, including cyber attacks and hacking, false news, troll farms to flood the zone on social media, funding of think tanks right here in this town, and political organizations that help them, and also state-owned media, some of whom are following your hearing today and are here in the room with us today. Senator Murphy and I have legislation recently signed into law that is meant to strengthen our outdated U.S. response to this disinformation propaganda campaigns. It establishes a new interagency center at the State Department to coordinate and synchronize U.S. counter-propaganda activities against foreign threats. That's just been passed, just being set up. So my question to you is, one, how would you characterize the threat posed by foreign government influence operations, not just Russia, but in general? And second, what should be done about it? And do you support the establishment of this new agency, and would you put your personal support behind that?
Senator, as I indicated in response to a question earlier in terms of the broader threat of cyber, and I put all of the activities that you just described as a subset, because those are largely delivered through digital means to people in terms of the propaganda or the undermining, the placing of fake news. All of that is done by and large in the digital space. So as part of this comprehensive cyber strategy, it has to include how do we deal with all of this misinformation that goes on around the world. And there are a number of actors playing in this space, Russia most notably, as you point out, but we know that others are playing in this space as well to undermine legitimate governments. To be honest, the bad actors have got the jump on us. They've been at this already for some time, and we've failed to develop a way to respond to that in that digital space. And so this is it's a very complex technical issue that I think has to be part of a comprehensive assessment of how's the U.S. going to protect itself in the cyberspace and all the aspects of those threats that presents themselves, including the one that you just described, and what are the mechanisms for response, appropriate responses, and how do we get international agreement around some of that that sends messages back to the bad actors that there's going to be a cost if this continues, that there's a consequence to these actions. What is that? What is the proper proportional? Or if it's not proportional, maybe it's asymmetrical. I don't know the answers because I think that's part of what's needed in a comprehensive assessment. It'll be multi-agency, interagency driven, but that is, I think, one of the most vexing challenges in front of us, but we can't just be vexed by it. We need to begin to address it.
Well, it sounds like you acknowledge the threat. I would just add one footnote. I don't disagree with you that our cyber response is the weakest part of our response, and we need to strengthen that, but it's beyond cyber. I mean, this is, again, it's media, it's funding think tanks that are spreading this disinformation and false news. Some of it's pretty old-fashioned, and you know, we are just not up to the task, and Radio Free Europe isn't the answer. It has to be much more sophisticated, and I look forward to working with you in that regard. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. We will recess until 2:15 sharp. We will begin with Senator Risch and Booker if they are here, and then start at the beginning. I'll see you at 2:15.
Hey everyone, I'm Kate Grumke.
And I'm Eugene Daniels.
So this has been a really eventful week when it comes to intelligence.
Yes.
So we decided to sit down and just kind of give a wrap up. So let's start with the beginning of the week with a Trump tweet. He tweeted on January 3rd, the intelligence briefing on so-called Russian hacking was delayed until Friday. Perhaps more time needed to build a case? Very strange. So I think people were kind of offended by the intelligence, the quotes around the word intelligence, and saw that as a dig at our intelligence community. Now, to be fair, there are other critics. It's not just Donald Trump that is worried that it's not actually Russia and we haven't found conclusive evidence. But to also be fair, all 17 of the U.S.'s intelligence agencies say that it was Russia that was behind the hacking of the DNC.
And they're all in agreement. And what's really interesting is that's pretty unprecedented for an incoming president and a president-elect to be at war. I hate that word, but that's kind of what it is, in a battle with the intelligence community that he's going to be in charge of in just days, in a couple of weeks. I don't think we've ever seen this, at least not so publicly.
Right, but then on the other hand, we know what happened with Iraq and weapons of mass destruction, so it's not necessarily that this has never happened, that the intelligence community was wrong, but they are pretty positive about this hack. So on Thursday there was a Senate hearing, which it was the Armed Service Committee.
The NSA, FBI, and CIA, and James Clapper, the Director of National Intelligence, gave a briefing, and this, with a lot of information from this report, I don't know if you guys can see it, but the thing I think that's most explosive, if you want to use that word, is that President Putin ordered an influence campaign, and that it was a multifaceted campaign, that it was aimed to hurt Hillary Clinton.
And I think that out of the committee hearing, some of the other stuff that was really interesting to me is John McCain was asking, is this potentially an act of war? And I think that that kind of took it to a much higher step as far as the seriousness of this.
To be clear, the report also says that, quote, we did not make an assessment of the impact that the Russian activities had on the outcome.
And that's a really important point to make. So they're not saying that Russia hacked into any voting machines or changed vote totals or anything like that. Donald Trump won the election fair and square. They're saying that Russia was attempting to meddle in the U.S. democracy.
If you're the Trump campaign, or the Trump transition team, you want to make that really clear, right? Because this could be used by Trump opponents by trying to undermine his presidency. And he won fair and square. Whether or not the disinformation worked or not, that's something completely different. The way I've heard it put by some really very smart people is not that they hacked the election, Russia, but that they hacked the voters, which is a really interesting way to look at it.
Paul Ryan released a statement on Friday as well, saying Russia clearly tried to meddle in our political system. So I think we're going to continue to see this where Donald Trump obviously doesn't want to say that that exactly happened because that would affect whatever mandate he might have through this election. But we're definitely seeing John McCain and Paul Ryan coming out really strongly against Russia.
We'll obviously keep watching here in the Newsy DC Bureau consistently as this moves along.
And to see all of our reporting on these issues, you can stick with Newsy Live.
Bye, guys.
You're watching Rex Tillerson's confirmation hearing live as senators consider him for Secretary of State. Newsy Live will return you to the feed of the hearing in 2 minutes. President-elect Donald Trump nominated the former CEO of ExxonMobil as the nation's top diplomat last month. Tillerson's extensive business history with Russia, paired with the intelligence community's report that Russia interfered with the 2016 election, means this may be Trump's most scrutinized nomination. We'll be back soon.
Rex Tillerson made a $180 million severance agreement with ExxonMobil in hopes of avoiding any conflicts of interest as President-elect Donald Trump's pick for Secretary of State. If the Senate confirms Tillerson for the role, Exxon would pay $180 million to an independent trust that will give Tillerson the money over the course of the next 10 years. Tillerson also agreed to stay out of the oil industry for those 10 years on penalty of forfeiting whatever money is left in the trust. Exxon's board of directors says it worked with federal ethics regulators to make sure the severance agreement avoided any potential conflicts of interest, and the deal does benefit Tillerson. Even though he's taking a loss on his retirement from Exxon, he can sell the Exxon stock he already owns at a reduced tax rate thanks to a law encouraging cabinet appointees to avoid conflicts of interest by selling their private stock holdings. Tillerson currently owns more than 600,000 shares of Exxon stock, currently worth roughly $55 million. If all of his appointments are approved by the Senate, Trump's administration will be the richest in history. At a net worth of $330 million, Tillerson is the third wealthiest member of Trump's cabinet.
Hearings for Donald Trump's cabinet pick start this week, but as you can probably guess, the run-up has been full of a bit of drama on the speed of the hearings.
Democrats are really frustrated that they lost the election, but we need to
sort of grow up here and get past that.
But it's not just Democrats who are crying foul. The top executive branch ethics watchdog says the pace has left some of Trump's picks with, quote, potentially unknown or unresolved ethics issues before the hearings begin. The Office of Government Ethics says confirmation hearings haven't been held before the ethics review process in the last 40 years, and presidential appointments need to have OGE certification of their financial holdings before any congressional hearings. But the GOP is quick to point out that didn't happen for at least one of George W. Bush's nominees in 2001. Trump's cabinet would be the wealthiest cabinet in history and barely has any public service background. Now the speed at which GOP senators are moving is apparently putting the ethics office under, quote, undue pressure. And what's really interesting about this whole thing is Senator Mitch McConnell was on the side of the OGE and current Democrats not too long ago. In 2009, he sent a letter to Senator Harry Reid saying the financial disclosures of nominees needed to be complete before any hearing was even scheduled.
The Senate approves over 1,000 positions in the executive branch, and cabinet appointees have to jump through a lot of hoops during the confirmation process. Getting cleared means a lot of paperwork. Candidates fill out several forms, including a public financial disclosure report and a 124-page questionnaire, covering everything from family information to foreign travel details. The financial disclosure report is reviewed by the Office of Government Ethics and the ethics official from the agency the candidate was nominated for. Cabinet picks usually have to pass a background check by the FBI, too. After that, the Senate's confirmation process typically begins, and most of that process happens in Senate committees. Senators do their own investigation with documents from the White House and other information they gather. During public hearings in committee, senators can go on the record to discuss a candidate's qualifications, policy views, and potential conflict of interest concerns. In the history of the U.S., the Senate has rejected only 9 presidential cabinet nominations. The most recent rejection was in 1989 after President George H.W. Bush nominated John Tower for Secretary of Defense. Tower faced allegations about his personal conduct, including a drinking problem, and questions about possible conflicts of interest from his work with military contractors.
Donald Trump's cabinet picks have to do more to get rid of conflicts of interest than he does. According to U.S. Code, executive branch public officials could be subject to criminal penalties for conflicts of interest, but that same code exempts the president from those requirements. That doesn't mean Trump's conflicts of interest are okay. It just means they're not illegal until actual corruption occurs. And like Trump, his cabinet is extremely wealthy, with plenty of opportunities for conflicts of interest. The cabinet is actually wealthier than the bottom third of Americans. That's the combined wealth of 43 million Americans. One example of a potential conflict is Trump's choice for Labor Secretary, Andrew Puzder, the millionaire CEO of the fast food company behind Hardee's and Carl's Jr. As Labor Secretary, he'd oversee his own company's compliance with labor laws. To avoid that conflict, he'll have to sell off his shares in the company. Trump has tons of similar conflicts of interest across the globe, but he won't be forced to do anything. Just expected to. Oh yeah, and remember the big deal around this?
Donald Trump's taxes, and so far his refusal to make them public.
Maybe he doesn't want the American people, all of you watching tonight, to know that he's paid nothing in federal taxes.
Unlike Trump, his cabinet might actually be forced to release their tax returns. That's because most of his cabinet picks will have to be confirmed by the Senate, where Democratic leaders have said they'll try to force nominees to produce tax returns, which means we'll probably know more about the cabinet's finances than we will about Trump's.
Donald Trump is reportedly turning to past presidents for inspiration on what to do with his own inaugural address coming up in January. A Washington Post report said Trump plans to lean on the speaking styles of John F. Kennedy and Ronald Reagan for his first address as commander-in-chief. Trump surrogates have been quick to compare him to Reagan, the prototypical conservative president.
I think that it will be very powerful and very impressive. Maybe Reagan at his peak.
The whole economic program is a very comprehensive one. It's one that works. It's one that's proven. It's basically what Kennedy did. It's basically what Reagan did.
But Trump apparently had lots of nice things to say about the Democrat Kennedy as well. Trump reportedly discussed his inaugural address with guests at his Mar-a-Lago club in Florida. One source said he spoke about Kennedy and how he was able to get the country motivated to go to the moon. Trump's campaign speechwriter Stephen Miller is working on Trump's first address. It's unclear how Miller's more ominous tone will line up with Reagan's famous shining city upon a hill optimism. Trump's inauguration is scheduled for January 20th.
You know, the simple act of giving away cannabis is a real political act. Giving away cannabis in the District of Columbia is legal as long as you're not on federal property. So we're planning on being on DC sidewalks, out off of federal property. Plus, you know, you can possess up to 2 ounces of marijuana anywhere in the city, and so as long as people are holding 2 ounces or less as far as cannabis joints, they're not violating any laws. This protest is necessary because he's been so silent on the issue, because his advisors and his next Attorney General are not friendly to marijuana legalization at all. They're going to roll back our rights. Our group is not smoking as a group. But if you are going to go to this speech, you're going to be on the National Mall, and you feel that federal marijuana laws should change, then you should light up. You should smoke in protest. The city should smell like marijuana.
Documents obtained by the New York Times show Fox News recently settled a sexual harassment lawsuit against its top anchor, Bill O'Reilly. Former Fox personality Juliette Huddy claimed O'Reilly made inappropriate sexual advances toward her in 2011. Fox News representatives denied any wrongdoing from its employees, saying Huddy's letter contained substantial falsehoods. But Huddy's lawyers say when she denied those advances, O'Reilly used his significant sway at Fox News to derail her career. Huddy says she lost her segment on O'Reilly's show and was transferred to the 4:30 a.m. newscast on a local Fox affiliate in retaliation. She reportedly got a settlement in the high six figures. Those allegations were settled just one day before Gretchen Carlson received a reported $20 million settlement after she claimed former Fox News president Roger Ailes sexually harassed her. O'Reilly was slapped with a similar lawsuit from a producer on his show in 2004. That suit was reportedly settled for millions of dollars.
You're a computer at NASA. They let women handle that sort of...
Yes, it's an uphill battle. Yes, they let women do some things at NASA, Mr. Johnson. And it's not because we wear skirts. It's because we wear glasses.
Taraji P. Henson, a.k.a. actress most likely to make you regret the ill-advised thing you said just a few moments earlier. But before we get to the story of Mrs. Katherine Johnson, holding on to the #1 spot by just $100,000 or so is Rogue One, a Star Wars story, bringing in an estimated $21.9 million in its 4th week out. In true Star Wars fashion, Rogue One has been at the top of the box office for the past month and is creeping up on $1 billion in worldwide box office ticket sales. Oh, and for those of you still keeping count, that means Walt Disney and Company now have the top 5 highest grossing movies of 2016. Turns out buying the rights to Marvel Studios and Lucasfilm was perhaps the best idea old Mickey has ever had. And with that, on to #2.
3 Negro women are chasing a white police officer down the highway in 1961. That is a God-ordained miracle.
Taking the #2 spot in a box office photo finish is Hidden Figures, bringing in an estimated $21.8 million in its wide release debut. The film has all the criteria you could want in an Oscar contender: a star-studded, more than capable cast, awesome certified fresh reviews, and an inspirational true story.
Katherine G. Johnson.
But what's even more important is that Katherine Johnson, Dorothy Vaughan, and Mary Jackson are finally being introduced to the masses. We all know Jackie Robinson and Rosa Parks. These women deserve that kind of notoriety, and until now, hadn't had it. So yeah, check out Hidden Figures in theaters and bring your kids too. Falling to #3 this week is Sing, bringing in an estimated $19.5 million. That pushes the animated American Idol to just over $213 million in domestic ticket sales. As for next week, Transformers. Kind of.
I like your truck.
Thanks.
French police announced Monday they arrested more than a dozen people in connection to Kim Kardashian West's jewelry heist. Police say 5 armed men dressed as police officers robbed Kardashian West in October. 2 masked men tied her up in her Paris apartment, and the crew took more than $10 million in jewelry. DNA left at the scene, including at least 1 fingerprint, led police to 16 suspects. Kardashian West took a months-long break from social media after the traumatic event, only returning to her accounts earlier this month. She spoke out on the robbery for the first time in a newly released trailer for her family's reality show, Keeping Up with the Kardashians.
And they said, "You're very pretty and we love your photos, but unfortunately, we don't think that market is ready for models with disabilities."
Alexandra Kutis is Ukraine's first model in a wheelchair.
I didn't think back then that it could be my profession because, there was no model in a wheelchair in the world when I started.
Since then, she's worked with different brands, photographers, and magazines. Despite that, modeling agencies won't sign her.
I believe that world is ready, and we actually can see it, how successfully different models want. And every time when I represent my photos anywhere, like the behavior and the reaction of society is very, very positive.
While she waits for worldwide recognition, she's working with her city's mayor to make her Ukrainian town a more disability-friendly place.
Right now, it's pretty inaccessible, so it's impossible for me to move around in the city by myself. In my city, we don't have any schools with a elevator or something which a kid in a wheelchair would be able to go every day.
Do you think the fashion industry is inclusive enough for people with disabilities? Let us know on any of our social channels.
Let's face it, people are making careers off Instagram. It's a hub for e-commerce and a place for aspiring models to be discovered. But in a world of Jenners and Hadids, how important are numbers in the modeling world, and how has the game changed?
What happened within agencies when Instagram started taking off?
It was a game changer. Now people want more than just a pretty face, they want a personality. So Instagram became a place where models could showcase who they are. Everyone just wants numbers and models that are very involved with their social media. It's like a second job for the models.
Of course, what do they need to know you're good at? Walking and looking good. Now, you put your name, you put your agency, and the next question is how many followers you have.
For people like Anna Gilka, modeling was an opportunity for her to leave her home country of Moldova and earn a better living. And for young girls in the industry, it's really hard to catch a break if you don't have the numbers to show for it.
Before the clients weren't even looking at numbers, now we do get to hear a lot where clients are like, oh, if they don't have a certain amount of numbers, we're not even going to look at the girls.
In an oversaturated online community where we see so many people with so many similar posts, the numbers game has just gotten harder.
Sometimes people would forget to ask your name. They'll first ask, what's your Instagram? If at 15 she learns that she has to be pushy on people and socialize just to build her social life and social life that actually doesn't exist, because you'll never talk with those people again. And that's not right, because everything you want to do is not actually make a connection and actually talk with the person. You just want to get an extra follower.
But what does today's world of social media and validation through numbers mean for people in this business?
Instagram became a place where models could show that they could showcase who they are. Retailers and clients started gravitating towards that, like, oh, this audience reaches the targets that we want to achieve.
Instagram is not going away anytime soon, but models like Anna hope that the industry shifts back to its old ways.
Oh, I hope it dies quickly. I really hope.
I don't think it's dying down anytime soon.
Rex Tillerson made a $180 million severance agreement with ExxonMobil in hopes of avoiding any conflicts of interest as President-elect Donald Trump's pick for Secretary of State. If the Senate confirms Tillerson for the role, Exxon would pay $180 million to an independent trust that will give Tillerson the money over the course of the next 10 years. Tillerson also agreed to stay out of the oil industry for those 10 years on penalty of forfeiting whatever money is left in the trust. Exxon's board of directors says it worked with federal ethics regulators to make sure the severance agreement avoided any potential conflicts of interest, and the deal does benefit Tillerson. Even though he's taking a loss on his retirement from Exxon, he can sell the Exxon stock he already owns at a reduced tax rate thanks to a law encouraging cabinet appointees to avoid conflicts of interest by selling their private stock holdings. Tillerson currently owns more than 600,000 shares of Exxon stock, currently worth roughly $55 million. If all of his appointments are approved by the Senate, Trump's administration will be the richest in history. At a net worth of $330 million, Tillerson is the third wealthiest member of Trump's cabinet.
Hearings for Donald Trump's cabinet pick start this week, but as you can probably guess, the run-up has been full of a bit of drama on the speed of the hearings.
Democrats are really frustrated that they lost the election, but we need to sort of grow up here and get past that.
But it's not just Democrats who are crying foul. The top executive branch ethics watchdog says the pace has left some of Trump's picks with, quote, potentially unknown or unresolved ethics issues before the hearings begin. The Office of Government Ethics says confirmation hearings haven't been held before the ethics review process in the last 40 years, and presidential appointments need to have OGE certification of their financial holdings before any congressional hearings. But the GOP is quick to point out that didn't happen for at least one of George W. Bush's nominees in 2001. Trump's cabinet would be the wealthiest cabinet in history and barely has any public service background. Now the speed at which GOP senators are moving is apparently putting the ethics office under, quote, undue pressure. And what's really interesting about this whole thing is Senator Mitch McConnell was on the side of the OGE and current Democrats not too long ago. In 2009, he sent a letter to Senator Harry Reid saying the financial disclosures of nominees needed to be complete before any hearing was even scheduled.
The Senate approves over 1,000 positions in the executive branch, and cabinet appointees have to jump through a lot of hoops during the confirmation process. Getting cleared means a lot of paperwork. Candidates fill out several forms, including a public financial disclosure report and a 124-page questionnaire, covering everything from family information to foreign travel details. The financial disclosure report is reviewed by the Office of Government Ethics and the ethics official from the agency the candidate was nominated for. Cabinet picks usually have to pass a background check by the FBI, too. After that, the Senate's confirmation process typically begins, and most of that process happens in Senate committees. Senators do their own investigation with documents from the White House and other information they gather. During public hearings in committee, senators can go on the record to discuss a candidate's qualifications, policy views, and potential conflict of interest concerns. In the history of the U.S., the Senate has rejected only 9 presidential cabinet nominations. The most recent rejection was in 1989 after President George H.W. Bush nominated John Tower for Secretary of Defense. Tower faced allegations about his personal conduct, including a drinking problem, and questions about possible conflicts of interest from his work with military contractors.
Hey everyone, I'm Kate Grumke.
And I'm Eugene Daniels.
So this has been a really eventful week when it comes to intelligence.
Yes.
So we decided to sit down and just kind of give a wrap up. So let's start with the beginning of the week with a Trump tweet. He tweeted on January 3rd, the intelligence briefing on so-called Russian hacking was delayed until Friday. Perhaps more time needed to build a case? Very strange. So I think people were kind of offended by the intelligence, the quotes around the word intelligence, and saw that as a dig at our intelligence community. Now, to be fair, there are other critics. It's not just Donald Trump that is worried that it's not actually Russia and we haven't found conclusive evidence. But to also be fair, all 17 of the U.S.'s intelligence agencies say that it was Russia that was behind the hacking of the DNC.
And they're all in agreement. And what's really interesting is that it's pretty unprecedented for an incoming president and a president-elect to be at war. I hate that word, but that's kind of what it is, in a battle with the intelligence community that he's going to be in charge of in just days, in a couple of weeks. I don't think we've ever seen this, at least not so publicly.
Right, but then on the other hand, we know what happened with Iraq and weapons of mass destruction, so it's not necessarily that this has never happened, that the intelligence community was wrong, but they are pretty positive about this hack. So on Thursday, there was a Senate hearing, which it was the Armed Service Committee.
The NSA, FBI, and CIA, and James Clapper, the Director of National Intelligence, gave a briefing, and this with a lot of information from this report. I don't know if you guys can see it, but the thing I think that's most explosive, if you want to use that word, is that President Putin ordered an influence campaign, and that it was a multifaceted campaign, that it was aimed to hurt Hillary Clinton.
And I think that out of the committee hearing, some of the other stuff that was really interesting to me is John McCain was asking, is this potentially an act of war? And I think that that kind of took it to a much higher step as far as the seriousness of this.
To be clear, the report also says that, quote, we did not make an assessment of the impact that the Russian activities had on the outcome.
And that's a really important point to make. So they're not saying that Russia hacked into any voting machines or changed vote totals or anything like that. Donald Trump won the election fair and square. They're saying that Russia was attempting to meddle in the U.S. democracy.
If you're the Trump campaign, or the Trump transition team, you want to make that really clear, right? Because this could be used by Trump opponents by trying to undermine his presidency. And he won fair and square. Whether or not the disinformation worked or not, that's something completely different. The way I've heard it put by some really very smart people is not that they hacked the election, Russia, but that they hacked the voters, which is a really interesting way to look at it.
Paul Ryan released a statement on Friday as well, saying Russia clearly tried to meddle in our political system. So I think we're going to continue to see this where Donald Trump obviously doesn't want to say that that exactly happened because that would affect whatever mandate he might have through this election. But we're definitely seeing John McCain and Paul Ryan coming out really strongly against Russia.
We'll obviously keep watching here in the Newsy DC Bureau consistently as this moves along.
And to see all of our reporting on these issues, you can stick with Newsy Live.
Bye, guys.
He's fantastic. He's fantastic. He will do a truly great job. One of the commitments I made is that we're going to straighten out the whole situation for our veterans.
Donald Trump has tapped David Shulkin to head the Department of Veterans Affairs. The president-elect announced his pick during a press conference Wednesday morning, his first since July. Shulkin has been the Undersecretary of Health for the VA since June 2015. If Shulkin is confirmed, he will be the first non-veteran to serve as VA Secretary.
Stop the shooting, stop the killing. Hey, how you doing, man? You know, I've been to more funerals than I have graduations. I can't even count the number of funerals that I've been to.
In 2016, Chicago saw some of the worst violence it's seen in the last 20 years.
Look at them bullet holes. Look at them bullet holes.
Since the start of 2016, more than 4,100 people in Chicago have been shot and more than 700 have been killed.
Do you remember what that was like 20 years ago?
Yeah, it wasn't this bad. It wasn't this bad.
Really?
No, I don't think it's never been like this. Everybody getting shot now, old ladies, babies.
Pastor Brooks said 4-year-old Kayvon Collins was shot in the face.
Old men, you know, everybody.
73-year-old Ronald Allen of Naperville was a radio host, author, and activist. A gunman took his life this morning.
Which is exactly why Ulysses U.S. Floyd, former gang member turned outreach worker, and other violence interrupters from Ceasefire are outside in near freezing temperatures handing out literature.
It's a number on here where they can call, hotline.
Ceasefire's violence interrupters were featured in a 2011 documentary called The Interrupters.
Only thing came to my mind was retaliate. They got to know they did the wrong person.
I didn't recognize them yet on the hoodie. I ain't recognize them.
You know everybody?
Just about. If I don't know them, they know them. We hire people from the community, people that they know, credible messengers. And they got relationships. You see that relationship? He took them to the side, now he talking to them about something that happened.
Like if you finna do something and I get a chance to do the longer I can keep talking to
there
you and
go.
accepting it, by the time you've been, all right, come on, go on with you.
That's one of our tactics. We call it buying time.
You know that standing on 90th and Commercial at between the hours of 4 to 8, you could be shot.
Ceasefire. Stop the shooting. What's been going on with you, man? How you been? Always a pleasure to see you. All of us probably been affected some kind of way by violence. Friends, relatives, cousins.
Gotta give her a hug. Yeah. She knows.
How you doing?
She lost her daughter to violence, so this is one reason why I do it.
Oh, okay, yeah.
They are very supportive.
Yeah, I've had my lows sometimes when violence continues to happen, but I have situations where I've seen where we stop certain incidents, conflicts, we save lives, and that just regenerate, just fire me back up.
These are headstones, the name, the age, and the date they were killed, and we started putting them up. Over 500 there, and we're 520 something the last time we counted behind. We can never keep up. Like I said, I'm outraged that there is no outrage. 14-year-old gets on the bus, sprays the bus with bullets, kills Blair, wounds his classmate. Everybody wanted to march. They wanted to meet and rally, and I was just too angry for that. The young people I serve, they trying to survive. They trying to get out of the gang. They trying to keep from killing somebody or being killed, so they could care less about all that. So I said no. I was in Home Depot like 2 days later, and I walked past these stones, and I said, wow, I would love to just shock my community. These are headstones, and it must have been about this tall then. Since then, it's grown. That's been in 2007. When she walked in, it was like, wow. And I said, this shouldn't be here. And she stood there, and she turned around and she said, my God, you're right. This shouldn't be here. She grabbed my hand, and she said, we're going to have to do something. And I said, we've been doing something. So we waiting on y'all. You know what I mean? We're here. We live with this. We live in this.
Because you came from the hood, it doesn't define who you are. And you can be whatever you want to be. And we doing it. At 15. And from that moment, I grew up. I went straight to school, undergrad, graduate, 2 masters, working on my PhD. All while trying to inspire this boy and show him that this is what you can have. I remember, that little baby, and I remember making that commitment and letting my mom know I will not be a statistic, that I will do better, I will rise upon these circumstances that has happened to me and give this child a life. And that's just been my goal, and I work. I work for it every single day, and I show him, I tell him. I'm honest.
I see it.
I'm honest with him about life. I'm honest with him about what's happening around us. So he's ready. I believe that he's ready, and we're going to
ready.
see it through.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ready.
We're going to see it through.
Often it feels like we